Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Morning. Hope everybody's well.
Okay.
Give everybody a couple more minutes, I think, to get logged in, and then we'll go ahead and get started. I'll post the our Nearpod. We're gonna be on Nearpod intermittently throughout today. So I'll post our Nearpod for today in the chat now. Thank you, Umar. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Good morning, Afisa. Sorry, give me 1 minute, guys.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Good to see your faces. Except for those we can't see their faces. Rashida, Abdul Salam, Omar. Nafisa looks bright today. Guess you got well rested from yesterday. You're muted. Can't hear you.
Wait, what?
Said, are you well rested from
Oh
yesterday?
yeah.
Good. Abdul Salam, it's good to see your face. And hi, Emma. We were tired and pooped from yesterday. So it's good to see everyone looking well rested and ready to go. So Brother Hamza will return shortly. Are you guys in a Nearpod? So click on the link. For those who just came in, I'll share it again.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Everybody's well. Awesome. So it looks like I think majority of people, we have Abdul Salam, we have Emma. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Nafisa. Thank you, Umar. Just waiting on, I guess, one more person.
No, that's it. That's it for today. Zainab can't join today.
No, I think Rashid hasn't joined yet.
Rashid is here. That's
No, the Nearpod.
Oh, Nearpod part.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. Just give them a second to get logged in. Now I'll share my screen in case anybody can't see or whatever the case may be. Hope everybody had fun yesterday on Chip. So today is July 28th. Welcome to Afia Senior Stars. The correction has been made. All right, guys, please, again, make sure your cameras are on for me this morning so I know that everybody's here and with us. Make sure you stay muted until they call upon you. If you have a question, you gotta mute yourself. And whatever materials you need, just make sure you have them next to you. If you need a piece of paper to write on, a journal, pen, pencil, whatever you may need next to you, so you don't have to do too much moving around. And please type your name into the chat this morning, just for attendance purposes. Please go ahead and type your name into the chat if you haven't done so already, of course. And as always, guys, during the first and last 10 minutes of class, please make sure you're kind of in front of your computer with your camera on, just so you can get all the information that we're talking about. Be prepared to share. And if you have any questions, again, always ask questions. I encourage you all to ask as many questions as possible. Get as much information as you can. If you're unclear about something, please go ahead and ask. Excuse the helicopter going overhead there. And again, make sure your camera's on and you're seated in a scholarly position so you can get today's work done. All right, so just to go over our agenda for today. So we're gonna kind of start off with some misconceptions of vocational school. Vocational school or trade school or technical school, they're kind of referred to by three different names. Some people may call it technical school, some people may call it trade school, some people may call it vocational, excuse me. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about some of those misconceptions and ask and kind of take any questions that you guys may have. And then a little bit later, we're going to go into the student experience. We're going to have a student come in and kind of talk to you guys about their experience on campus. I think we have one student for today that's going to come in and talk about their experience at an HBCU. And then we're going to go into kind of what vocational training actually is and kind of walk you guys through that whole process and what that entails. And then I'm gonna have to move here in a second. And then kind of explore vocational schools this afternoon, followed by a wrap. Anybody have any questions before we get started? All right, awesome. So I'm gonna pose a question, and then what I want you guys to do is tell me whether you think it's true or false in the chat. And give me a second here to get logged in from my phone just so I can see the chat at the same time, because right now I obviously cannot see the chat. So give me 1 second. All right, perfect. All right. So objective for today, students will understand and discuss vocational training options in more depth. All right. All right, so true or false? Unfortunately, there are many misconceptions out there regarding vocational technical colleges. We'll look at some common misconceptions and explain why technical college is a viable choice and should be considered by anyone looking to attend college. All right, so number one. All right, oh man, I don't know why then you know what? I know what the problem is. All right, never mind. So it's not gonna come up separately because I forgot I imported this from PowerPoint, so it's not gonna come up separately, but that's all right. So number one, if I could have Umar, if you can start us off with number one, read the headline and then read the words under there for us, please.
Technical colleges do not qualify for federal financial aid. This myth is a central issue for students because the ability to go to school in the United States is entirely dependent on the student's ability to finance their own education program. Federal funding is widely recognized as a means to finance higher education at a four-year university. However, many technical colleges are set up to accept Title IV federal funding as well. This means that the student can apply for the Pell Grant and direct student loans through the free application for Federal Student Aid, or FAFSA. You need to obtain the school code from the technical college in order to complete this form, and you must verify your income in order to qualify for this financial assistance.
So thank you, Mark. So basically the same kind of money that you qualify for a standard 4-year or 2-year college, you could qualify for at a technical school as well. There are a lot of technical schools that that accepted FAFSA and federal loans as well. So that is a typical misconception that a lot of people have. All right, thank you, Umar. Number 2, Emma. Emma, if you can help us out with the second one. Oh, let me go ahead and slide.
Technical schools are not as challenging as university programs. University programs enjoy a long history of competitive academic programming, and this provides them with a certain level of prestige. Many students are under the impression that courses taken from a technical college are less rigorous or challenging, but this is just another myth. Technical colleges train students for work as licensed career professionals, and this requires a detailed understanding of core concepts. In addition, technical curriculum is more demanding than some university degree programs because of the hands-on nature of the training program. Students who learn well from having tactile experiences will do well in this type of environment. So many of these perceptions are subjective.
Absolutely. Thank you, Emma. That is absolutely true. I think this is one of those major ones, right, that a lot of people don't really think about, but they are very challenging because some technical schools, some trades, or however you want to refer to them, pay a whole lot of money and require a whole lot of in-depth knowledge about a certain field. So they are challenging. They do pay well, or at least some trades do, and we'll kind of get into that this afternoon a little bit. Thank you, Emma. All right, number 3. If I can have Nafisa, if you can read number 3 for us.
Okay. It says there are no job placement services available. The common myth that technical colleges merely train students for employment but do not offer any actual job placement services is not true. While this may be true for some technical colleges, it is an inaccurate generalization that can be quickly debunked. All you have to do is contact the school directly and ask to speak with one of their job placement counselors. Interview this person and ask for references to any students who have a good job experience after using these services.
Thank you, Nafisa. So honestly, this is kind of a major deal, right? A big deal. A lot of colleges, they offer job placements, but they're not as robust and as good as some of the technical schools. In fact, right? Some of the technical schools you'll graduate from, or these trade schools you graduate from, and it's almost a guaranteed job placement. Whereas college, I'm sure you guys have heard before, sometimes people graduate, and of course, it depends on major and all of these things, right? But you can graduate, and it's hard to find a job. But with the technical school, some of these have like 100% job placement rates, right? So job placement is really important. And a majority of these technical schools out there, they have a really great job placement rate and job placement program. So thank you, Ms. Visa. Something to consider. Let me go to Abdul Salam. Abdul Salam, you can read the next one for us, please.
All technical colleges have the same accreditation. Credentials motivate students to enroll in a higher education program, but some students assume that schools are all accredited by the same institution. This is not true, and some technical colleges do not have any accreditation at all, which means that they do not qualify to offer Title IV student loans. Most students want to obtain a credential at an institution that is recognized by others for quality. This boosts the student's employability, and it can affect the earnings they acquire over a lifetime of work. Research every school and make sure that they are accredited by the regional board for the area. This is the best way to ensure that you get a return on your educational investment.
Awesome, thank you. So accreditation is kind of a big, huge factor. And there are some regular 2-year and 4-year colleges with no accreditation, right? So it's really important, and these aren't your major schools. These are some of these smaller schools that you may not know of right now, but it's really important to make sure and know that the college or trade school you go to has accreditation. It's really important. Can't stress that enough. All right. Thank you, Abdul Salam. And then let's get Rashida. Rashida, if you can read our last one for us, please.
Technical college credits don't transfer to universities. This common myth is easy to disprove. All you need to do is contact the admissions office of the university and ask them if they accept transfer credits from the technical college you attended. They will probably need original transcripts sent directly from the institution. Transfer credits may only apply to certain majors, so you need to talk directly with each school about the specific situation. Try to plan ahead to avoid taking classes that do not transfer.
So this is something I actually just learned recently. For some reason, I thought that most technical schools or most trade schools, or pretty much all trade schools, that their classes would not transfer. But there are some out there, depending on what the your course of study or your trade is, that will transfer to a standard 2-year or 4-year school, right? So that's something that you guys can ask right away. In case you're not sure what I'm talking about. Sometimes when you go from one school to another, let's say I started off at the University of Maryland and I don't like the University of Maryland after a semester or after a year, and I say, you know what, I don't want to go to the University of Maryland anymore, I want to go to another school. So say I transfer to Towson University. So let's say I want to go to Towson University now, so I'm leaving University of Maryland, going to Towson University. The classes at University of Maryland, I want to make sure that I didn't just waste a year of my time. I want to make sure that, hey, look, I took these classes at the University of Maryland. I want to make sure that I can take these classes I took at the University of Maryland and get them also accepted at Towson. So I don't have to take them over because I'm changing schools. So that's what we're talking about in terms of being able to transfer credits, right? So being able to go take classes at one school and the other school accepting those classes as well as part of your program, so it doesn't delay your graduation or make you take the same classes more than once. So transferability of credits is kind of important, and with some trade schools, you can transfer credits. All right, thank you guys. So not even gonna go forward. Before we kind of move forward in the day, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I really want to hear about the experience yesterday, guys. Kind of want to see how things went. I know you guys went to 2 schools yesterday. I believe you guys went to GW and Towson University. So I kind of want to hear how things went. And I don't want to put anybody on spot just yet. So I'm gonna see if anybody wants to volunteer and start off our conversation. How did yesterday go? What were some big takeaways that you guys got from yesterday about GW or about Towson University specifically? And I'm gonna. Okay, do I need to pick somebody?
Well, yesterday I thought it was very interesting.
Cool.
Because, we went to GW, which was it was a city campus, and Towson was more of a suburban campus. So we got to experience basically the campus style with those 2 universities and how the layout would affect your everyday living at college. And it also gave us a chance to look at those 2 colleges and figure out which one we thought was best for ourselves.
Nice. So based on that, Abdul Salam, you said one was in the city and one was a more suburban campus environment. Based on just that factor alone, what kind of environment do you like better? Do you like the school that was in the city more, or do you like more of the suburban feel?
I think I like more of the city feel.
Oh, interesting. Okay. What about it specifically?
The fact that things are more close together than because the buildings are all in maybe 2 or 3 blocks and stuff. So
Got it. Versus more spread out and having to travel a little ways to get from one place to another.
yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. Nafisa, what do you think? Curious to hear what you thought.
Oh yeah, I agree with Abdul Salam. Me and Rashida liked GW way better. I like the city life.
You like the city life.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. That could be a good thing, and that could also be a bad thing. That could be good or bad. And there's a number of ways that could go bad. But you like the city life better. Okay. We're gonna come back to that in a second here. Rashida, can I hear your thoughts? Do you second her opinion, or do you have anything to add to that?
I like GW better because I feel like it's in the middle of things. It's like right near the capital. So the people who go to that school probably have like experience with like stuff that goes around. Like the person who was touring us majored in journaling. So since like she met like people from CNN and stuff like that, since she's right near the White House, so it's better experience. And I feel like
Nice.
being in the city is just more fun.
It's just more fun. Okay. So Rashida brings up a good point, right? So depending on your major and what field you want to go to could also be a big factor in determining what school you go to, right? If you want to major in political science or politics or something to that nature, well, maybe going to a school where, you know, the government is situated might be a good fit for you, right? Maybe GW is a great fit because, well, look, Capitol Hill is right here. I could do an internship. I really want to get into politics, that kind of thing, right? But maybe if I wanted to get into film, maybe GW might not be the best place, right? Maybe in a school like NYU that's in New York, or a school in California might be better, where you have Hollywood there. So sometimes the field you want to get into could also be a major factor in determining what school you want to get to, or what school you want to go to. But thank you about that. We're going to come back to that city life thing here in a second. Rashid, what are your thoughts?
I like the suburbs a little bit more.
And what was it about the suburbs? What is it that you think the suburbs will give you that the city won't?
There's a lot more space and there seems to be a lot more stuff to do around the area. Less cramped.
Nice. I like that. So we're gonna talk a little bit about that. And then Umar, what about you? Let's get your thoughts.
I like the city better because I just feel like it has like things.
You said I think you went on mute again. We couldn't hear what you said. You said it has more something.
Oh, sorry. It has like more stuff I could do at like when I'm not at class or like on the weekends, like when we have a break or something. Like in the city, there's a lot of stuff to do that's around. It's like close, so
Nice.
that's what I like about it.
So that's a great point. So sometimes just activity, right? Just activity going on around you. You want to be able to, you know, have a lot going on. Get stores up, restaurants, clubs, or whatever the case may be. A lot of different things kind of around you. That could also be a double-edged sword, right? That could be a good and a very bad thing. And I'll tell you from my personal experience, right? So I don't know if you guys remember yesterday, I was telling you guys I went to 2 schools. Anybody remember what the 2 schools I went to are? See if anybody can remember what 2 schools I went to. Say it again, I couldn't hear you.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So one was the University of Maryland, pretty big school, and kind of you can consider College Park a pretty big city with a lot of things going on. And then I went to Bowie State University, which is more in the suburbs, a lot more quiet in Bowie than it is in College Park. Now, I thought just like most of you, I said, oh, you know what, man, College Park is going to be lit. It's going to be so much activity, so much fun. And that is the exact thing that got me in trouble. So much activity and so much fun, right? So sometimes, and you got to know yourself, right? You got to know who you are and what kind of things could distract you from your goal. So for me, I was having way too much fun and not enough of the academic side. That University of Maryland ended up not being the right fit for me. So I ended up transferring to something more in the suburbs. It's a little bit more quiet, where I could focus a little bit more. I could still get out and do things I wanted to do, but it wasn't as much activity happening constantly, right? I couldn't just walk out of my dorm and I'm in the middle of the city and there's always something going on. So that's something you definitely have to consider. You have to consider yourself. You have to consider what's right for you. Are there any other things you guys noticed about the colleges, the differences about the colleges? You said one was One was in the city, one was in the suburbs, and we've kind of talked about that. What other differences did you guys pick up on the?
I got one.
What you got, Nafisa?
GW was a PWI school.
Okay.
It was more predominantly white
Okay.
or whatever. And then Towson had like more of a mixture of both races, like white and black. We
Okay.
saw a lot of black students at Towson.
Gotcha. So if you had to guess a ratio at GW, what would the ratio be? Like what percentage were minority students at GW based on what you kind of experienced?
Like 80% were white, and
Oh,
then
wow.
20% was black. Like one in every like 6 families, there was one family that was black that we saw.
Interesting. Okay. So definitely diversity on campus is a big deal, right? Is it, what do we have here? The enrolled student population at GW for both undergraduate and graduate is 4.6 or 46, sorry, 46.6 white. Oh, really? It's only 50% white. Okay. 50% white, 10% Asian, 10% black, 8% Hispanic, and 3% two or more race. Okay. So it's about 50% white and then 10% black, 10% Asian. Okay. So not the worst diversity. And Towson University, okay, so obviously Towson University has twice as many in terms of percentage wise. So same thing. So about 50% white, but 22% African American. I think that's probably the big difference.
Yeah, I think that's the key. There are more Black people at Towson versus at GW, but it looks like in terms of just generally speaking, it's about 50% white in both institutions.
Yeah,
but certainly they are both PWIs.
Right. But the feel is definitely different if you see more people who look like you, right? So even though the 50% is still the same, but because you see more people who look like you, you're definitely gonna have a different, a completely different feel on campus. So that's definitely something, right? So we have the student body. How many people, and then you can put it in the chat or you can unmute. I'm curious to hear how many people. Is that something that you want to consider? The actual diversity or student body of a school, does that matter to you? And Emma, I'd like to hear from you as well, Emma. Like, would the population or diversity in the school matter to you, or is it more for you a business decision? Like, you know what, I don't care about any of that other stuff. I really care about who gives me the most money. And so Rashida says yes. So Rashida, in what way? So do you want to go to a more diverse school, or do you want to go to a less diverse school?
A more diverse school.
Whatever, it's okay. And Abdul Salam said somewhat. So can you elaborate a little bit, Abdul Salam?
Yeah, so I would prefer to go to a diverse school, but when choosing like my major and then I have like limited options of what I go to, I don't want it to be like a primary factor in what I choose, because again, I have to go there for like the education. So it's going to be a factor, but not like a primary factor.
Interesting. And Dr. Fauzi, I'd like to get your opinion on this, right? So Abdul Salam brought up, he said, I'm going there for the education, and it's not that big of a factor what the school looks like. I want to hear your thoughts on that. Do you think that should be something that they do consider? Or do you think that, he's kind of right? You're only there for education. You're there for the books. So the other stuff doesn't matter.
It's interesting. I think when I was looking at colleges and universities at you guys' age, I was very much in line with Abdul Salam. The makeup didn't necessarily matter to me. I didn't feel like it had to be just a PWI or a HBC or any of those. It was more of a transactional decision for me. At that point, I wanted to go to medical school, actually. So I was very much focused on academic rigor. Again, not to say other schools did not provide that, but the schools I was looking at, that's what I really honed in on to help me make my decision. I was also going into UMBC knowing that my best friend from high school and we roomed for 3 years in undergrad together, was also going to be there. And she's Black, just like me. We have a lot of things in common. She's also, she's from Sierra Leone, so also an African, very similar background. So she was my built-in friend, so to speak. So I never really had a concern for, oh, would I be able to make friends? Would I be able to do this? It was just kind of like, I'm going there, get my academic needs met, and keep it moving. And once I got there, I did find my tribe, so to speak. I joined the Black Student Union. I joined the African Student Association, and I found my little niche of friends who were very similar to me, similar in background, children of immigrants. And I did have my other friends who were also, not necessarily the same background. So, but I was always that person in school though that was open to making new friends, meeting new people who were the same as I am or very different from me.
So question for you. If you, let's say you went to a school that was predominantly white, let's say 80%, 70%, and there was maybe a 10% Black or 8% Black, whatever it could be, do you think you would have had the same comfort level that you had at UMBC? Or do you think, basically, do you think that it would have mattered to you in hindsight? Or do you think that it wouldn't have mattered either way?
I still don't think it would have mattered. I think just the way I'm made up, the way I would always find my tribe. Put it that way.
Gotcha.
Because I also went to Emory University, which is predominantly white. And I always find the African students. I always find the Black students. I always find those with immigrant backgrounds, because I don't know, maybe I just have my antennas out for that.
Right.
We always find each other somehow.
Right,
I think that's maybe more of me. And I'm open to meeting new people. Just the strength of our friendship from group to group would be different. And I tend to gravitate towards those who look more like me, like I think everyone else would. Now, if I didn't see anyone at all that I could really identify with at all, maybe I would feel that way. I probably, I would feel a certain kind of way, because we do need that connection. And that's what I think everyone needs to keep in mind. You need to be in a place where you're able to connect to some extent with your classmates, and meaningful connection.
Absolutely. And again, it comes back to knowing who you are. Are you somebody who can make friends with anybody? Are you somebody who doesn't feel comfortable around certain people? You have to know who you are, and you have to know if a certain environment is going to matter to you or not. You kind of get to know yourself and figure out those two things. So I'm going to come to Umar next, and I'm going to come to Emma last, right? Umar, you said it doesn't matter to you at all. So can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter to me because I'm there just for the education, but I could still make friends with anybody. It doesn't really matter what race or background. So
nice, thank you. And Emma, what about you? Do you want to go to a school that's more diverse or less diverse? What would what would be your situation?
Ideally, I want to go to a more diverse school. I think especially coming from an area that's like as diverse as this one, I would still want to do that, because I've gotten a lot out of like meeting people from different cultures and like experiencing that. And I would want to keep doing that in college.
Absolutely. Thank you, Emma. So she brings up a good point that we didn't kind of really touch on, is that college is more than just academics. College is more than just academics. What do you guys think we mean by that? College is more than just academics. Does anybody touch on that? What do you think that means exactly?
Well, I think it would mean it's more than academics. There's also a social part of it, because you can't just go to college and just worry about your work all the time, because it's not healthy for especially like your mental health. You gotta have someone to connect with, like someone you could talk to that's similar to you, same age, so that you could connect your interests and stuff like that.
Nice, thank you. Abdulsalam brought up a good point, right? He said, it's important to basically be social as well, right? For your mental health, right? You can't just study all day long and not have any kind of release. It's important that you have this social component of college as well. And there's a little bit more. I want to dive a little deeper into that, right? Socially, do you guys think? Now, I'll pose the question: do you guys think that it's important, like Emma said, to be around a more diverse group of people, and then why? Right, I agreed, Nafisa, agreed. College isn't just about work all day. But why would it be important to be around a more diverse group of people? What is it that you can get?
I think that being around more diverse people like in your colleges, like it's important because that's kind of how life is. There's always different people around you, and like college is like I don't know, like a first step into real life. Like out of high school, you're not with your parents anymore. You go on your own. You know.
Absolutely, great point, Umar. Right, so college is not only about what you learn in the classroom, but what you learn about yourself and others outside of the classroom. You can learn so much about culture, about different people, about how to behave in certain situations, how to interact with certain types of people. You learn a ton in college about a lot of soft skills you learn in college, that especially by going to a more diverse group where you can kind of meet and talk to different people than you could at a less diverse institution. Thank you, Umar. Thank you, Emma, for that one there. All right. So if you guys give me 1 second, we're gonna get started. I'm glad you guys were able to kind of get a lot out of the tours yesterday. Are there any things that you guys noticed at the campuses, or any big picture kind of things, or little things that you like really enjoyed about those schools? And did anybody like either of those schools in terms of something one of those schools you might consider in the future?
There's a lot of food, so I like both.
So did you guys eat in the cafeteria? Or you said a lot of food? Where'd you? All right, so when you say a lot of food, what do you mean?
Like there was a lot of restaurants and there was a lot of dining halls.
Facts, very true.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say. Freshman 15, right? You go to college, you gain 15 pounds freshman year from just indulging a little bit and not getting a lot of exercise, but indulging on those dining halls and restaurants and stuff all around campus and on campus a little bit much, right? So did you like either of those schools a lot? Are either of those schools one that you might consider going to later, Nafisa?
Yeah, I like both of them, but I like GW better.
You like GW? Is it something that you'd actually consider? Like, is it a school that you felt home at? Like, good. And what about you, Emma? Oh, well, Emma didn't go on the trip yesterday, right? No, okay, gotcha. Rashid, what about you? Do you like either of those schools that you guys went on the tour with yesterday?
Yeah, I like both of them actually.
So would you consider both, or is one of them kind of like, not really?
I consider both.
You consider both? Okay, cool. Umar, what about you?
I would consider GW.
And not Towson?
No.
Okay, Towson is too much in the suburbs for you.
Yeah.
All right, Rashida, what about you?
I don't know. I kind of like both.
Nice. Okay, kind of like both. And then, what about you, Abdul Salam?
I would also consider both.
You consider both too? Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so you guys kind of saw a couple schools yesterday that you actually might consider, which is great. Hopefully in the future you guys will be able to take some trips to some other schools as well in the area, or maybe even outside the area, kind of get a different feel. Because that's really important. Taking a visit to a college is very, very important in the decision-making process. It's easy to see a school on paper and say it looks really nice and it sounds good, but being on campus, getting a feel for the other students, getting a feel for what the campus life is like is of the utmost importance, right? So you know exactly what you're getting into. Dr. Fauzier, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add really quickly. We didn't get too much into the academics, but one thing that I found glaring was that at a school like GW, you don't necessarily just get in and that's it. Sometimes you have to actually, once you get into the school, you now have to apply to the different colleges for acceptance, and some are harder to get into than others. So that's something to keep in mind. Again, bringing the whole issue back to start from what interests you and what you want to get, what you want out of a university. Maybe even more on the transactional aspect of it. You know, are you built to, once you get into a school, to now have to apply to different colleges and universities, which probably means more rigorous type academics for you. Just something that was, I think some of us picked up on that as we discussed it at GW, but I think it's such a key and major aspect of the college experience.
Absolutely. I want to make sure everybody kind of understands what Dr. Fazio was just talking about in terms of having to apply to the college, a different college within the university that you're going to. Does everybody kind of understand that idea? Because that can be a little challenging for people. It doesn't make sense in terms of, I got into the university. What do you mean I got to apply to another? I got to apply to a college. Did everybody get that yesterday? Is anybody who's a little confused about that, or wants an explanation on that? Yeah, absolutely. So when you go, let's say I apply to, I'll keep coming back to University of Maryland. Let's say I go to the University of Maryland, I got in as a freshman, and I say, hey, I want to become a business major, right? So as a freshman, I take my gen ed classes. That's the difference between a 4-year school and a trade school or 2-year school. I take general education classes, meaning I take the classes that everybody has to take: English, math, history, all the major kind of classes that everybody has to take. You really don't get into your major typically until your junior year, senior year, maybe sophomore year as well, depending on the school. You may start getting into your actual major, the classes that matter the most for you. But first and foremost, you're going to take all of your gen ed courses, your general education courses that everybody has to take. We all have to kind of have the same knowledge base at first before we split up into our different specialties. I'm majoring in journalism, you're majoring in kinesiology, you're majoring in political science, right? But we all take math, we all take English, we all take these gen ed courses. Then after we have finished taking our gen ed courses, I then have to determine, or some schools anyway, will ask you to apply to a specific field at their school. And those are called colleges typically. So if you want to go to the political science college, or you want to go to the engineering college, or you want to go to the whatever, these are called colleges at specific university. So you then, based on what you've done freshman and sophomore year, based on your GPA so far, your freshman and sophomore year, they will then look at that to determine if you can do engineering. So for instance, you've done, you got in as a freshman and you didn't do so hot. You got a 2.0 freshman year cumulatively, and then next semester you got a 2.5 cumulatively. The School of Engineering or the College of Engineering will look at you and say, this kid isn't going to make it in engineering, so we're not going to accept him in the engineering program. Maybe he should go do something else, right? He's still a student at the University of Maryland, but he can't be an engineering student because his GPA isn't high enough for us. We think he's gonna struggle because these classes are really hard up here. So when he gets to this side of college, so we don't want to put him in a position where we don't think he's gonna succeed. So let him go and apply to one of these other colleges, maybe the College of Sociology or the College of whatever, right? So that's what we mean. That's what we mean in terms of applying to different colleges within your university. A college is just a course track. It's just a course of study at those schools. Some schools will require you to apply after you get in. So that's something that you want to keep in mind as well. Like Dr. Fazia said, in terms of what school you go to, and do you feel like having to apply again? Like I could tell you specifically, like at Bowie State University, the School of Nursing is very competitive. So they don't accept freshmen, they don't accept sophomores. You have to apply after your sophomore year, and then they'll look at all the candidates, and those candidates that had the highest GPA or did the best in their sciences or whatever the case may be, those would be the ones that they accept into the School of Nursing. And then everybody else who didn't get accepted will have to apply to a different major or choose a different major. So it can be competitive. It can be frustrating as well if you don't get the major that you initially went to that school for. Does that make sense to you, Abdul Salam?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it can be tough. So that's something you have to consider as well. Do you want to take the risk and apply to, this college or this university I want to go to, with the risk of maybe I don't get the major that I wanted, if I don't do as well as I thought I was going to do freshman and sophomore year. So really interesting. So I'm curious to know right now, what schools do you guys, or have you guys heard of, and what schools do you guys have in mind? You can either, you can just type it in the chat. I'm curious to see what schools you guys know of and might be interested in the chat right now. Give me 3 schools that you guys are kind of considering at this point, or have thought about at this point, or even know. Some of you guys might not even know any schools right now. So just give me any 3 that you're kind of like, I think this, I think that. See what you guys say. Okay, straight off the top. Okay, Nafisa. Okay, okay, Umar. That's your number 1, Umar.
Yeah.
All right. Give me 2 other ones. All right, Nafisa, Cornell. Give me 2 other ones. So you guys choose an Ivy League off top. Rashida, Howard, Maryland University of Maryland, and Towson. Okay, 3 really good schools. I love it. Nafisa said also Johns Hopkins, another really great school. Emma said St. Mary's, nice, great. I like St. Mary's. Duslan and Johns Hopkins, okay. NYU and Columbia, wow. Setting your sights high. Really, really difficult schools. All 3 of those really hard schools to get into, and very expensive. But Columbia does do a really good job of financial aid. Nafisa also mentioned Howard. She did mention Columbia. Is that right? I like that. Okay. Harvard, another. Gun-ho. You just need to just go live on campus at this point, Umar. Just go camp out and just say, hey, look, I'm here. I'm not a senior in high school yet, but I'm just letting you guys know that this is where I'm going, and you guys don't really have a choice. So I think that'll be your best bet. Just set up a tent in front of the admissions office and just wait for the next, how many years you got? 4 years? I like Columbia and NYU. Okay, good. Yeah. NYU is another school that feels like you're just in the middle of the city. It doesn't really feel like a college necessarily. It's just in the middle of the city, and you don't necessarily feel like you're on a college campus. Kind of like, who else is like that? Temple. Have you guys ever been to Temple before? Temple is just like, it's just in the middle of the city. It feels like you're just, in the city. Dartmouth and Howard. Okay. So you got 1 non-Ivy on your list, Umar. Harvard, Dartmouth, and then Howard University. Okay. All right, that's kind of cool. At least you got 1 non-Ivy on there. All right, so that's your backup.
Yeah, I guess
Howard
so.
University, right in the backyard here. Great school, though. Great alumni, organization, all that good stuff. So I definitely agree with you on there. All right. And Emma, outside, is it St. Mary's your only option right now? Is that where you really, really want to go, Emma? Or are there other?
I think it's my number 1 choice
Nice.
at the moment, but that could change. I'm still really looking at schools. I know I'm gonna go up to UMBC in the next couple of weeks and check that out.
UMBC is awesome. A really, really tough school though. UMBC is awesome. Yeah. So do you know somebody who went to St. Mary's?
I know a couple people that did, and I've gone on the tour already, and I really liked that. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. But UMBC, I think you'll like UMBC as well when you go on that tour. That'll be really cool. Is NYU next to the Empire State Building? No, I don't think so. NYU is not next to the Empire State Building. It is not at all. Where are we here? So Rashid, okay, University of Maryland. Okay, so you like those three. So you left GW off the list for now. So all your schools are kind of, you have an interesting mix of schools. Rashid, you have a city school, even though you don't like the city, in Howard University. Maryland is kind of, I would consider it a city school because it's kind of busy around there, and then Towson, which is kind of more suburbs for somebody who doesn't like the city.
Those are the only. I didn't say I don't like the city. I just prefer the suburbs more.
Gotcha. Okay.
But those are the ones like I know of, and I also know GW. I don't know anymore though.
Gotcha.
More
Okay.
schools.
Well, I think we'll do a lot of college exploration. You guys will get to know a lot more schools, right? There's just, the list of schools in this country they're never ending, right? There's a school out there for everybody, and there's a school looking for you specifically who's going to offer you a lot of money to come. It's about whether or not you want to make that trip. All right, but definitely. So up next, I'm going to give you guys, we're going to have like an 8-minute break. And then at 10 o'clock, we are going to have a guest speaker come in and talk to you guys. All right. So you guys can pause right now. We're going to take a quick 8-minute break or 7-minute break now. I'll be back at 10 o'clock exactly. Get up, stretch, maybe get some water, Nafisa. Get up, Nafisa. Get up, Nafisa. Stretch, get up, Nafisa. All right. Make sure you guys get up, stretch, relax a little bit. Get some sunlight.
Hi, Zola. Welcome.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, just a moment. Okay. We're taking a quick break and they'll come back at 10 a.m. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, cool. Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's come on back, guys.
All right, Assalamu alaikum, guys.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to cut it off. Hold on.
No. Assalamu alaikum, guys. Hope everybody's back. If I can get everybody's cameras on real quick, just so we know everybody is back. Thank you, Emma. Awesome. Thank you, Umar. Just want to make sure everybody's back. You can either type in the chat that you're here, or you can just turn on your camera for me. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Thank you, Rashid. I know you don't have a camera. If you don't mind, thank you. And Nafisa is here, and Rashida, are you there? Awesome. All right, we can go ahead and get started. Thank you guys for joining us. And again, we are going to have a student or two who's going to be sharing their experiences with us from HBCU. We have Zula Oliveira. Is that correct? Is that how you say your last name, Zula?
Yes, Zula Oliveira.
Oliveira. Nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us this morning. And whenever you are ready, you can kind of take it away. I'm going to pose this question to everybody. What school do you guys think Zula goes to? Let's just take a guess. Take a quick guess. Let's see if anybody can figure it out. She kind of already, she did tell you guys already without telling you guys. So hopefully somebody peeped game and knows what school Zula goes to. Did anybody pay attention? Oh man, did you all miss it? You guys didn't catch that? All right, Zula, I'm gonna let you take it away. Hopefully they catch it.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm so glad to be here to talk to you guys today. I am a rising junior political science major on the pre-law track at Clark Atlanta University. It is in Atlanta, Georgia. I live in New Jersey, so I go all the way to school in Georgia. We've been remote for the past year and a half, but I'm excited to be back on campus next semester. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay.
Yep, should be able to.
Can you guys see it? All right, great. So let's get started. So I made a little presentation for you guys called College Preparedness 101. These are just some tips that I've collected from applying to college and helping my friends out. And so I'm going to share you guys my experience. So about me, I'm 20 years old. I identify as Afro-Latina and Caribbean. I speak 3 languages. My background is Brazilian, Cuban, Dominican, and Crucian from the Virgin Islands. I'm a rising junior political science major at CAU. It is the largest HBCU in the state of Georgia and part of the Atlanta University Center, which consists of 6 HBCUs: Clark Atlanta University, Morehouse College, Morehouse School of Medicine, Morris Brown College, and Spelman College. Some of my campus involvement is founding and leading a campus organization called Afro-Latinidad, which is basically a safe space student association for Afro-Latino students. I'm also president of the Portuguese Club, and I'm also a leader within the Tri-State Club, being that I'm from New Jersey. I'm also part of the Caribbean Student Association and modeling agency on my campus. So I do a lot, and it's really fun for me. I don't see it as a job. I see it as something fun that I like to do. Next, we have HBCUs. So being that I go to a historically Black university, I just want to share with you guys a little bit about HBCUs and why I chose one. Does anyone here recognize any of these logos?
Yeah, Spelman.
That's cool. Anyone else?
I see Southern University on there.
I see Bowie State University. Right.
Hey, now.
Anyone here interested in going to HBCU?
Feel free to chime in, guys. You just gave us a whole list of
Uh,
schools.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Hopefully by the end of this presentation, you guys will be more encouraged. So I'm gonna just talk about a few on here. We have Morehouse College, like I said before, Howard University, North Carolina A&T, Hampton, Dillard. We got FAMU, TSU, Bethune-Cookman. There's more than 100 HBCUs for you guys to choose from. So a little bit about historically Black colleges and universities. They were institutions of higher learning that were established before the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and were originally created to educate freed enslaved peoples, the intention of primarily serving the Black community. There are 107 HBCUs. Most of them are in the southern region of the United States. And we have HBCUs in Alabama, Arkansas, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, Missouri, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, West Virginia, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Some notable HBCU alumni are here on the sides. Do you guys recognize any of them? I know I have their schools up, but like, can you guys tell me who they are?
Let's see if we can get some people to name some of these people. Come off of mute and go ahead and name, or you can type it in chat.
I see. Is that Kamala Harris?
Yes, that is Vice President Kamala Harris. She's a graduate of Howard University.
Okay.
I see Kenya on the right.
Yes, Kenya Barris, he graduated from my university, Clark Lane University. He graduated class of 96, and he is the creative director behind Blackish and Grownish.
I see Oprah Winfrey.
Yes, Oprah Winfrey is a graduate of Tennessee State University. That really gave her the foundation for her education to become the mogul that she is today.
I
And
see Martin Luther King.
Yes, Martin Luther King, he was a graduate of Morehouse College. He actually graduated college at age 19. He started at 15. He skipped several grades throughout his life. So he was very intelligent. Anyone else?
I believe Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is on here.
Yes, that is the mayor of Atlanta. Being that I spent so much time in Atlanta for school, we see Mayor Bottoms around a lot, actually. She came to visit a few times. She is a graduate of FAMU. And then over here in the corner, we have Ms. Stacey Abrams. She, as you guys know, ran in the gubernatorial race for Georgia in 2018. And she is a political activist, and she really helped to get people registered to vote in the state of Georgia, which was very critical in our past election. So on to the next slide. So part of applying to college and going to college, sometimes it really starts from the home and your parents. So my parents are both HBCU graduates. My father is a graduate of Morehouse College and my mother of Clark Lane University. That's actually where they met. And they played a big role in me going to college. As a kid, they always encouraged me to go to an HBCU, but neither of them forced me to say, you have to go to the school that I went to, or you have to go to such and such school. They allowed me to make that choice. And I really appreciate them for that. They also enrolled me in college prep programs. Sometimes they're paid for and sometimes they're pro bono. You can research in your area, some nonprofit organizations or graduate chapters of certain organizations will host programs for kids in high school and in middle school, preparing them for college. They'll take you on tours, they'll give you SAT and ACT prep, and sometimes they even grant scholarships. That's another thing that my mom definitely helped me with. While I was in high school, she would find scholarships for me to apply to, and that definitely helped with paying for college. And my parents also took me on college visits. During my spring break of my junior year, we went on a road trip. I visited CAU and Spelman, which are in Georgia, Howard in Washington, D.C., Morgan State in Maryland, Hampton in Virginia, and Tuskegee in Alabama. Tuskegee was the farthest school that I visited, and I just realized it was too far from New Jersey, so I ended up not applying. But it was good to see my options. So the application process When applying to college, it depends on each school. Each school is different, but most of them will ask for your transcripts and your GPA, standardized test scores. After COVID, now that we live in a post-COVID world, a lot of schools are not requiring SAT and ACT, but I suggest that you guys, if you have the opportunity, to still take it, because that could really make a difference in your application. Let's say, for example, you have a student, you and another student have the same GPA and you have the same transcript that is very similar, and you have a similar essay. They're going to look to see who has the SAT or the ACT scores to decipher which one they choose. A lot of schools, especially really popular schools, get a lot of applicants. So they really have to go through every application with a fine tooth comb. So if you have that edge, that really can help you in getting into the school of your choice. You're also going to need recommendations. Sometimes they may ask for a teacher recommendation, but most of them ask for a guidance counselor recommendation. If you don't have guidance counselors at your high school, you can contact your college and tell them so, and they'll suggest that you give them at least 2 recommendations. I sent in extra recommendations from alumni that I knew, but it's not required. Another thing that they may not ask for, but is really good to have, are community service hours. I know that most high schools, they require you guys to have a certain number of volunteer hours by the time you graduate. I had about 130 by the time I graduated, but that was way more than the recommended. And you also may want to have a resume. I know that most high school students, you guys don't have jobs. I didn't when I was in high school, but I definitely had a resume of my volunteer work and of the clubs that I was in, and basically the things I did while I was a student. When you're applying, you're either going to go to the school's website. So let's say you're applying to Hampton. Hampton is not on the Common App, as far as I know from when I applied. So you're gonna have to go to their website and apply through their specific application. But a lot of schools that I applied to, like Howard, CAU, Spelman, those schools are on the Common App. So you can put your information in, put in your essay, and you can apply to a plethora of schools at once. I know some people apply to over 20 schools using one application. So the Common App is a very easy tool that you can use. And if you don't already have a Common App account, you can start one right now and just sort of look through as to what might be required from you.
So we'll pause right there real quick, Zula. Sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to touch base on 2 things. Number one, if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat so I can bring them up. Or feel free to ask Zula, I guess if she allows you to, ask her, maybe come off mute and ask her, or you can again put it in the chat. But I did want to touch on the Common App real quick. That, like, she did mention it. That is basically it is one application that you can use to apply to a bunch of different schools rather than applying to the individual schools one at a time. You fill out one application for all of those schools, and sometimes you may have to do like a supplemental essay or essay prompt for a specific school, but you're filling out the information one time in terms of address and GPA and all that other stuff. So it is a really good tool to use when applying to colleges.
Does anyone have any questions for me? Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the scholarship opportunities that I had while I was in high school. My senior year of high school, I did a debutante cotillion, and I applied for a scholarship through there, and I won about $2,000. I also used this website called FastWeb. You can look it up online, and it gives you scholarship resources in your area and will connect you to organizations or institutions that are providing scholarships. And also when applying to a specific school, you definitely, if you go to visit or you speak with someone over the phone, you definitely want to ask them what their financial aid packages look like and if they offer any scholarships. So you can see if your GPA and your test scores align with their criteria for scholarships. The best thing to do is to create an Excel spreadsheet or a Google spreadsheet with all the scholarships you want to apply to. And most of them will ask for an essay, usually around 250, 300 characters. And you're basically going to want to look through what they require of you. And sometimes you can use the same essay for different scholarships. So it's good to just have a base essay, and that could even be an essay that you use to apply for college. A lot of them use the same format. Any questions before I go forward? Okie dokie. So standardized testing. I suggest that, if you guys are freshmen and sophomores, to start your SAT prep, it's best to start as soon as possible. I didn't get the earliest start, but I definitely had to do some extra studying to catch up. You want to take advantage of practice tests. If you go to the SAT website, the collegeboard.com.org, excuse me, or the ACT.org, depending on the test that you want to take, they have practice tests that you can print out and you can take them at home to see how you'll score. And then you can also get online books. Sometimes the SAT textbooks or ACT textbooks are really expensive for absolutely no reason. So you can definitely go online and watch YouTube videos or look up PDFs of test booklets. There also might be some practice tests that may be taking place in your area. I know that in my high school, we had some organizations come and hold practice tests at our schools on Saturdays. And so we would practice getting a feel for the SAT test. So by the time we registered to take it, we knew what we were doing. You don't want to go into a standardized test not knowing what the format is like. You definitely want to practice ahead of time, whether it's with a tutor or whether it's at home or with maybe one of your teachers in school. You just want to know what you're getting yourself into. The SAT is focused on writing, critical reading, and mathematics. And the ACT is English, mathematics, reading, science, with the optional writing portion. For me, the SAT was easier after I took a few practice tests. So that's the test that I went with. And when you take a SAT or ACT, when you submit those tests to the schools, those scores, they're most likely going to give you the option to super score. So you usually get a English grade and a math grade, or for the ACT, an English grade, a math grade, and a science grade. And so let's say you take the test 3 times, the school will ask you to submit your best scores out of those 3 times, and that'll be your combined score. So that's what they call a super score. If you guys are looking as juniors or seniors to take the SAT, I have some dates down here. The soonest one is August 28th, and the last one of this upcoming school year is June 4th. And for the ACT, starts on September 11th, and the last one that you can take by the end of the school year is July 16th. You usually would have to go to the website to see the registration dates. It's usually about a month to 2 months in advance. And if you miss a registration date, you unfortunately have to wait until the next time. And you want to get in as many test scores by the time you apply to school, so you have that option to super score. Anyone have any standardized testing questions for me? All right, I'll go on to the next slide. So a big part of applying to college is your essay. I started drafting my essay my junior year, my spring semester, and I finalized my drafts that summer before. A lot of the schools I was applying to, their applications opened August 1st. So I wanted to apply early. Many schools will ask you if you want to either apply early or apply regular decision, or you can do early application. Early decision is a binding process. So when you apply, they're going to say you're basically abiding to a contract saying that if you apply to the school and you get in, you must go. And you can only do that for one school. So if there's a dream school that you really want to go to and you're sure that that's where you go if you get in, then I suggest early decision. I didn't have like a clear number one choice, so I did early action for all of my schools. And because I didn't want to wait until regular decision, I wanted to know like as soon as possible. When you're writing your essay, I want you guys to be yourselves. Don't try and fabricate a story or try and write from a different perspective. The schools want to know who you are. They want to know the real you. That's their one opportunity to get to know you as a person versus your test scores and your GPA as you as a student. So they really want to get to know you, talk about maybe an experience that you've had, how you grew from it or what you learned, whether it was good or bad. They really want to know who this person is. When you're writing your essay, you can't be the only person to look at it because that's not how you get good criticism. So I had my mom look over it. I had my guidance counselor look over it a few times, and also my English teacher who I was close with. And they basically gave me some constructive criticism and helped me make some edits. You also want to keep the character or the word count in mind. I know on the Common App, there's like a maximum amount that you can write. So you definitely want to keep that in mind when writing, and like put that right at the top of your page when you start your essay, so you don't write too much and have to remove things. Sometimes a school may ask for an additional personal statement on top of the essay. And let's say they ask you, what is a hardship that you went through that you learned from? I don't want you guys to like go on a whim and write too much to the point where they get lost in your answer. You want your answer to be concise. And you don't want to underwrite, but you also don't want to overwrite. You really just want to answer the question, get straight to the point, and really convey what you're trying to say to them in a short paragraph or two. Anyone have any essay questions?
I do, really quickly. Thanks so much, Zilla. Please confirm, the essays do vary from school to school, so it's not a one size fits all, right?
Yes, on the Common App, sometimes it'll be a one size fit all, but if you apply via the school's website, they might have a completely different question, a completely different length requirement. So you definitely want to research with the schools that you're applying to. For me, I wrote one essay and I applied to all of my schools with the same essay, but that's because they were on Common App. I know that, for example, some HBCUs have the Black College Common App, which is a separate application, and they might have a different essay requirement. I suggest, if you guys don't know what schools you want to apply to yet, to just draft an essay, and maybe you can make it longer or shorter depending on the school, or you can tweak some of your words depending on the question. Sometimes they may just ask you to write an essay, and sometimes they may give you a question. So you always have to research with that specific school.
Got it. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so now we're going to go into researching colleges, how to find the school for you. There's a lot of factors. When you're applying to schools, you don't want to apply to just one school, but you also may not want to waste your time and your money applying to 30 schools, because a lot of these schools have application fees. They can range from $20 to $100 depending on the school. So you want to keep in mind what schools are safety schools, target schools, and reach schools. A safety school is a school that you're pretty much guaranteed in your mind that you think you'll get in. There were some schools for me that I was like, you know what, with my criteria, I'm guaranteed to get in. And I did. And the target schools are the schools that you hope you'll get into, and you might have to work a little bit harder. And a reach school is a school that like you're really going and you're shooting for the stars. And you may not get in, you may get waitlisted, but it's a reach. You're challenging yourself to see if you can get in, because it's really it's a feat whether you get in or not to a school. And even if you choose not to go to that school, you can say, I got in to such and such school, and it really makes you feel good. Another thing to keep in mind is the location. Being that I'm from New Jersey, I didn't want to go anywhere that was too far. Both my parents are from New York and they went to school in Atlanta. So I knew that they'd be comfortable with me going to school in Atlanta. Like I said before, I visited Tuskegee and I really liked the school, but it was just too far. It was in a different time zone, and I felt like it wouldn't be as easy for me to get home. I also have family in Atlanta, so that was definitely an important factor for me. I wanted to know that if something happened or if I needed to see an adult, that I had family around me. Another important thing is most definitely the cost. School tuition can range from $16,000 to $100,000. It really depends on the school. A lot of HBCUs, some of them are really affordable and some of them are not, but it really all depends on if they have good financial aid packages and if you can secure scholarships either with your school or outside scholarships. And another thing to keep in mind is that even once you go to school, you can still apply for scholarships every semester, and that can help you pay for school. Another thing to keep in mind is the size. I came from a very small high school. There were 200 and something people in my graduating class. So I didn't want to go to a school that was too large. A lot of my friends went to schools with tens of thousands of people, but my school has only 4,000 students. So I liked being on a small campus, and that's why I really appreciated being able to visit the school so I could see how large the school was. A lot of the schools here in New Jersey and the New York area are very, very large. And I just didn't feel comfortable being in such a large campus. I like the intimate feel. And when you have an intimate small campus, usually the teacher to student ratios is smaller. So you have smaller classes and the students really get to know the teachers and they see you more as a person than just a number. And so it's a more focused educational experience when you go to a smaller school. Another thing is affiliation. Whether it's a HBCU, a Ivy League, a women's or a men's college, a state institution, a religious institution, or military institution, you may want to only apply to a certain type of school. I only applied to HBCUs, but I had friends who only applied to women's colleges or who only applied to Ivy Leagues or state schools. So you can diversify it or you can keep it to one group. You also want to look at the programs being offered. I'm a political science major. So when I was applying to schools, before I even decided, oh, I want to apply to Hampton or Howard, I said, let me look at the schools that have the best political science programs. I knew from college that I wanted to be an attorney. So I looked at, Black attorneys and the schools that they went to. And the top schools were CAU, Hampton, Howard, Spelman. Those are the schools that I applied to because most people in my future career path graduated from those schools. And a lot of times you can go to a school and get a dual degree program. So if maybe you're pre-med, you can go to school for 5 years or 6 years and get 2 degrees. Or you can get your undergraduate bachelor's degree and your MBA within a 4-year program that's really accelerated. So sometimes you can get 2 degrees in one. So you want to have in mind what you want to do after college, and that will be a factor in what school you apply to. Anyone have any questions for me on research into schools? All righty. So deciding on a school and a major. I know you guys are in high school right now, so you're between the ages of maybe 13 and 19. You want to ask yourself, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And then 10 years. When I was applying to school, my guidance counselor asked me the same question. And I didn't know what I wanted to do when I was a junior, but I figured it out. You don't have to know exactly what you want to do, but you kind of want to have a gist of a few career options, and that'll help you decide on a school. I knew that my professional goals were within law, politics, and international relations. So I knew that political science would be the best major for me because no matter if I chose either of those three, my major would teach me enough that I could go into that profession. And I do want to go to law school after college. So I knew that political science would be a great major to start with. Like I said in the previous slide, you want to see where people in that profession, what major they have graduated with. A lot of people, for example, who go to med school, they're not all biology majors. There are people who were chemistry majors in college, who were neurology majors, health science majors. So you don't have to pick one specific major. Some people even have a double major or they have a double minor. And it really plays into what you see yourself doing. And when you're in college, if you don't like your major or your minor, you can definitely change it. I know people who have changed their minors once or twice, and they said that it really helped them, because if they graduated with the major that they didn't like, they may not have had the professional opportunities after college. And the most important thing when you're applying to college is to visit their website. They will always have a list of the majors and minors you can apply to. And like before, they'll have a list of dual degree programs if they are a university. Most colleges don't offer that, but universities do. And you can basically get an idea of what majors they have. So if they don't have a major that you want to take, you can be an independent study major when you get there, or maybe you might choose to not apply to that school because they don't have a major for you. Anyone have any questions on majors? Okay, next slide. So college is a 4-year plan. Some people take less time, some people take more time, but the objective, the goal is 4 years. Each institution will have a specific amount of credit hours based on your classes. I know that for my school, the recommended average credit hours is 15 to 20 hours per semester. And a credit hour is basically the classes that you take. So some classes are worth more credit hours and some classes are worth less. For example, for my major, I had to take American government last year, and that was worth 4 credit hours because it was specific to my major. But my freshman year, I took biology, and that was not for my major. So it was only 2 credit hours. So sometimes you can graduate early, or you might have to take an extra semester or a summer semester to meet those required credit hours if you don't take the suggested amount each semester. You also want to view the retention and graduation rates. Basically, what a retention rate is the school giving you the average amount of students that come back each year after they first go to college. You also want to look at the graduation rates, which is the percentage of students who actually graduate versus the percentage who actually apply. So I looked at the school's retention and graduation rates when I was applying, and I also looked at those retention rates for my specific major. So I wanted to see how many people stay political science majors, how many people change their major, how many people transfer or drop out or go to a different school or maybe take a gap year. The schools usually should have that information for you on their website, or if you go for a tour, they should be able to provide that for you either by word of mouth or on a pamphlet. When you're in college, once you get there, you definitely want to stay focused. College is fun, but it's about your grades first. At the end of the day, you're paying for an education, so you want to get the most out of it. You want to stay focused and plan your semester once you get your schedule. Usually as a freshman, your school will make your schedule for you. Because you've never been to college, they know that you don't know how to make a schedule, so they'll make you one. And then your sophomore, junior, and senior year, you'll be able to make your own schedule. So you'll meet with your advisor and they'll suggest for you what classes you should take next. And sometimes you know yourself best. So you know, maybe this semester I'm very busy. I can't take a really hard class. I'll maybe put it for next semester, or I'll take it next year. And your advisor will plan out when you will take specific classes that works best with your personal schedule. Sometimes in college, you don't have the opportunity to take a class, or as we've seen with the pandemic, you have to go home and you're doing college remotely and you may not do as well in a class, or you may not have the time to take a class. You can make up classes in a winter semester or summer classes. Some schools have an accelerated curriculum that you can take during that month that you have for winter break. Or you can take summer classes, whether it's at your school or at a different institution, and you just have to check to see if those credits will transfer over. So even if you don't get the required amount of credit hours per semester, you can make it up during your breaks if you truly want to graduate in 4 years. Anyone have any 4-year plan questions for me? No? Okay. So this is the last slide. I'm just going to talk to you guys a little bit about my college experience. Being at HBCU, especially within a consortium with 5 other institutions, it is always so much going on. It's a lot of fun. We have many campus events, homecoming being the most fun one out of the entire year. Takes place in October. And we have guests, we have a comedy show, we have a fashion show, we have concerts. It's really fun, and the school puts on great events and alumni come back, and it's really an opportunity to have fun, but also to network. Networking is a big part of college, and especially at a HBCU, the HBCU network is so wide. And people will come from all over the country to go to their HBCU. So you'll meet alumni from everywhere, and they'll sometimes share with you an internship or a job opportunity, or they'll share with you their experience, and it can definitely help you along the way while you're in college. Another thing that I did while I was in school, I was part of a pageant at my school. So we have pageants for each classification for freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, and then there's a school pageant for the overall king and queen of the school. So last year, during my sophomore year, I served as Miss Sophomore, and it was a wonderful experience. I got to hold events for my class and talk to them. And they were all virtual because we were home for school, but I really had an opportunity to get to know my peers. And it was a great leadership opportunity. I learned a lot about myself. And it was a great way for me to get my name out there and really get people to know who I was on campus. Another thing that I did my freshman year, I was in a fashion show. A lot of HBCUs, they'll have like a fashion show during homecoming. So that's the one that I did. Being that I was in the modeling agency at my school, that was something that I really enjoyed. I had never modeled before I got to college, and I didn't know that I could. But someone was like, you know what, Zula, you're pretty tall. You should try out. And I did, and I made the show, and it was a really great experience. There was the first time I was on a really big stage like that, and I was right in the beginning of the show. So it really was a way for me to express my creativity. Another thing in college is you definitely don't want to just be a student. You want to have leadership roles and involve yourself in different clubs and organizations. Just like I did in high school, I don't want to go to college and just do school because it gets boring. Like, you want to have fun when you're in college. You want to take advantage of the opportunities. There is a club for everybody and everything. We have a chess club, a debate club. We have a fashion club, a vegan club. There's clubs for anything. And if there's not a club that you want to join, you can make one. And that's what I did. I founded an organization for Afro-Latino students at my school with about 15 other students, and we've been growing, and we get more and more members every year. And we saw that there wasn't a space for a specific group, so we made that space. Even if you don't want to join a club, there's sometimes campus or citywide associations or groups that you can join with other colleges that may be in that vicinity. So being that my school's within a consortium, a lot of the clubs are campus wide. So we have students from different colleges all within the same club. So it's a great way to get to know people and also to practice your leadership skills. I've served on executive boards of almost every club that I've been in. I've been a president, a vice president, a chief of staff, a secretary. And it's a way for you to practice public speaking and to practice a professional setting, because when you have all these organizations on your resume and you go to apply maybe for an internship or a job, they see that you are a capable leader based off the leadership roles that you have at your school. So they're maybe not all expecting you to have a job resume, but they definitely want to see your resume of clubs and leadership roles at your college. Another thing to take advantage of when you're in college that I did was cross-registration. So I'm a student at Clark Atlanta University. However, I took language classes at Morehouse College, which was literally right across the grass. Like, all the schools are right next to each other. And so it was a little bit longer of a walk in the morning, but I definitely appreciated being able to learn at another institution. And that's something that will be on your transcript forever. So you can say, although I graduated from college A, I have educational experience from college B. So I definitely appreciate being able to take a class at Morehouse College. And for the rest of my college experience, I'm going to continue to cross-register, because there's professors at other schools, maybe within your vicinity, that you may want to take, but they don't teach at your school. So cross-registration is a great opportunity. And that's another thing that you have to speak with your advisor before the semester starts. Because you're not an official student on that campus, there's some application process that you have to go through to be approved to study at a different campus. And then the most important thing about college is the classes that you take and what you get out of it. College is a great opportunity. If you can go. If you have the opportunity to be a college student, you definitely want to take advantage of all the wonderful classes that they offer. There are going to be many major specific classes that you're required to take, but you can take what are called electives. So one of the electives that I took was a Portuguese language class and a Spanish language class. Wasn't required for my major, but I already speak those languages, so I wanted to really perfect my language speaking abilities. Some of the required classes for political science at CAU were critical thinking, world literature, American government, world politics, African American history, and so on. I'm only a sophomore. Well, I just finished my sophomore year. I'm going into junior year. So I'm really about to get into my core major classes. But usually for the first 2 years of college, you're going to take what they call general education classes, which would be math, biology, English, things like that. It's kind of like a refresher for high school. But when you have the opportunity to in your junior and senior year, you should definitely take advantage of electives.
Yeah, hang on real quick, Zula. So we have Ifoma on as well. She has to leave because she's in the West Coast. So we're gonna pause with you because you're giving us really great information. I don't want to miss out on it, but I also wanted to hear from Ifoma as well. So just pause real quick, please. I really apologize for the interruption or brief pause. So Ifoma, if you can go ahead and speak to us really quickly, and I know you have to leave, and then we'll try to do a quick questions right back to you, and then go back to Zula.
All right.
For sure. Yeah, I could make this super quick. And
Sorry, real quickly, Zula, if you can stop sharing so we can see Ify. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ify. Go ahead.
For sure. Yeah, I can make this super quick. I'll leave most of the time for Q&A. My name is Ifoma Whitethorpe. I'm a recent graduate of Harvard University, and I'm a current law student at Harvard Law School. So I have a slightly different experience having gone to PWI, but college is the same. Also, Zula, shout out to you. My brother is a graduate of Hampton University, so I'm also a big supporter of HBCUs as well. So while I was in college, I concentrated, which was our word for majors, in government with a secondary in chemistry. I was on a pre-med track. However, I made the jump to law school, where I'm pursuing healthcare law. So I can talk about, different tracks, switching majors, different things, but I think the one thing that I want to focus on primarily in terms of choosing a college is community. One of the most important things for me was that there was a strong community in terms of a Black community and a strong academic community. So one of the things that appealed to me about Harvard was it's a research-based institution and the facilities and resources that were offered to students. So having gone there during visiting days, and I hope that you guys will have the opportunity to do this. I know that that affected incoming classes in the past 2 cohorts because of COVID, but having gone to visit, it was very clear that the faculty was just as committed to its students as the student body in general. So I knew that I would have people to rely on and guide me in terms of my academics outside of just mentors, or not mentors rather, but academic counselors that were given to us. Something that I experienced during my college experience really was a lack of involvement from academic counselors, as opposed to high school, at least in my college. The onus was really placed on the students to kind of guide themselves and choose what they want to do. So you want to make sure that you're in a community where people actually care about you, and where people are invested in seeing you grow outside of it just being because it's their job. So that was the number one thing that I want to hit on. Make sure that when you're choosing a school, you choose a school with a solid community. And I think also just a school in which you're going to learn as much from your students as you're going to learn in the classroom. It was really important to me to have a diverse student body. And that doesn't mean just in terms of race, but that's like socioeconomic status, that's just experiences, and you can get that at any type of school. Zula has talked a lot about HBCUs, and a common misconception is that it's monolithic, right? Because it's composed of all Black students or primarily Black students, but that's not the case because we're all different. We're all coming in with very different backgrounds and experiences. So I would encourage you guys to look at schools all over and just ensure that they have diverse populations in various ways, whether that be ideologically, academically, again, socioeconomically, whatever. In terms of my experiences during undergrad, I was the vice president of the student body. I was also the founder of the Black Pre-Medical Society. I did a lot of things working in politics, worked for the Institute of Politics for Black Voters Matter, was an intern at the Harvard Law Review. and was also the captain of a dance team. So like my involvement was all over the place. And I really appreciate that because it just diversified my whole experience. And in part is one of the reasons why I ended up choosing the major that I chose. So I came into college, I said this already, pre-med, and like very committed to it. Like, yes, I am going to be a doctor. Ended up finishing my pre-med requirements too, but you know, that's kind of just whatever. But I took a class that was focused on the Obama era to the Trump era, and it was like I took this because I went to a liberal arts college, and it was just required that we take classes across like a different like ideological spectrum, and I just fell in love with like the topics that were being discussed in that class. And so obviously like the class focused a lot on like race and like the intersection between like education and other aspects of policy. And so I like ended up just like reaching out to the professor and being like, hey, like I'm super interested in like this topic that like you discussed. Can we like have more conversations about it? And from there, that's how I ended up getting involved more so on the political spectrum of experiences in my college. So I highly encourage you guys to also, once you get to college, take classes outside of what you're just focusing on. And also just speak to your professors about your interests. Professors are very, very receptive to students that just reach out to them. They literally are there to teach you and help you grow. And one thing that you should take advantage of is office hours, which is when you can just go to a professor, ask questions. They'll help you out on your assignments or just like clarify topics in class, and just also ask them about opportunities as well. Again, like they want to see you grow. They want to see you do well. And so college really is what you make of it. If you put in the effort, I promise you will reap what you sow. So in terms of also just like picking a major, I do encourage people to come in with an idea of what they want to do, but again, like still be open because you never know, and be open to new experiences as well. So again, with pre-med, I did an internship my summer between my freshman and sophomore year that was focused in the medical field. I like was a medical publications intern in the oncology department of a pharmaceutical company. And that was like, okay, and it was fun and stuff, but I came back the following semester, was taking organic chemistry, and at that point had said I wanted to do a double major between government and chemistry. I had pitched it to the various departments. They denied it because they said the topics were just too disparate, right? So then the same professor that had taught the Obama to Trump era class also happened to be the head of the government department. And so I continued having conversations with her, and she said to me, she's like, you know, based off of like your interests, it might be, you know, wise for you to just choose to study government and take extra classes in STEM outside of this, and we can focus your track in government on like healthcare policy and like healthcare law. And so I agreed. And that's kind of how I ended up choosing government. But overall, it was also just because I was open to the experience and just open to the thought of doing something that wasn't as concrete, that wasn't, you know, the path that most people were taking. So be open to that. Also, just in terms of taking classes, there are often stereotypical like routes, especially if you are on a pre-professional path that people take. But you can also like accomplish the same goal by taking other classes. So definitely be in communication with your academic community in terms of students that have gone through those paths and like have done those different tracks, because it was very helpful to me to also have peer mentors who were in my field who could tell me, listen, like everyone's going to take this class, but this class is going to tank your GPA. There's a class that's more straightforward where you'll get the same amount of information and you'll do well, especially if you're looking to go to graduate school. That's like pivotal, like your grades matter. Zula talked about it a little bit, but like you want to make sure that you do everything that you can to stand out. And like in terms of, so I can backtrack a little bit, in terms of taking like your SATs and ACTs, this is like news to me that this is optional now. But like when I was applying to college, it was, I think your subject exams were optional, but like myself and all my friends, we took subject exams, granted that we studied for it and knew that we were going to do well, right? Like you want to do things to boost your image and your brand in terms of the admissions council. And you also want to be honest and authentic as well, especially in your Common App essay. I think that, you know, a lot of people think that these schools just want to hear like, I'm going to come in and get straight A's and like take me because of that. But like people want to build community, right? Like this is a place that you're going to be living for 4 years. They already know your academic capabilities based off of your resume and based off of your GPA and your standardized test scores. So as you put together that Common App essay, focus on who you are and what you will bring to the community. And not only that, what you hope to take out of it, because in the same way that like you are hoping to like gain something from this experience, they are hoping to gain something from you once you become an alumni. So like for my Common App essay, I'm half Nigerian. So I wrote about going to Nigeria and having an experience during the Ebola crisis and how that impacted how I wanted to come back to the United States and focus on inequality in healthcare and like focus on, you know, again, rectifying that and equalizing it. And so it wasn't focused on like, I want to go to these schools because X, Y, and Z. It was focused on this is my passion, and this is my passion because it's rooted in like my experiences. And I remember I also got into a bunch of other Ivy League schools, and having gone to one of the schools and running into an admissions counselor that read my essay. And she was like, yeah, like, I remember reading your essay because it was like very authentic. I'm also a poet. So like if you're a screenwriter, if you're a singer-songwriter, like find ways to infuse that into your essay. So part of my essay, I wrote in poetry, like I wrote it in prose. And that was just because it was who I am. Again, Zula mentioned this, but like you can also have schools that ask for supplementary essays. And so for my supplementary essays, I think specifically for my Harvard supplementary essay, I also wrote it in prose. Like I just did a poem because I was like, hey, this is who I am. And if you accept me into your community, like this is what I have to give. Yeah, so that was kind of like a crash course on, you know, college experience, applying, taking hold of opportunities. Also, last point before I'll open it up for Q&A, but do research in college, whatever field you're in. So I did research with the government department in bioethics. If you want to apply for a PhD, if you want to apply to med school, if you want to apply for various types of grad schools, like research is just a super important component. I'm like currently working with a friend who studies psychology at another school, who is looking to apply for a PhD program now. And like, because she didn't do research in undergrad, it's become harder for her, and it's something that she has to do now post-grad. So try to eliminate things like that from your track. Like if you can get it out of the way during college, absolutely do that. Then last point, take hold of AP classes if you can, so that you can apply your credits. Not all schools take them. My school didn't take AP credits, but a lot of schools do. Like my brother graduated from Hampton, they took AP credits, and you can save yourself a lot of time and money by taking them if you have the opportunity to do so. So with that, I will open the floor to questions. You can literally ask me anything about college experiences, work, you got it.
So I guess I'll open up with a question. When either of you were applying to school, did anybody, counselors or college, recommend a gap year or a year of volunteerism or anything like that? And how does that kind of work with this whole application process?
For me, no one recommended a gap year to me. However, I think that they're super valid. I have a lot of friends that took gap years. If you're feeling burnt out post high school, I highly recommend taking one, given that you have something to fill your year with. I don't think a gap year is worthwhile if you don't know how you want to use it. So the moral of the story is just use your time wisely. If I could go back in time and take a gap year, I don't know if I would have prior to college, just because I didn't have anything that I knew I really wanted to do at that time. But if like you want to work on a startup, or like you have another opportunity to like travel, then take hold of that opportunity as long as you got into your college already, because your college isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, to piggyback off of that, no one either recommended a gap year for me, but I have a few friends from my high school who had the opportunity to study abroad in an independent program, to travel, or also like volunteerism opportunities. Sometimes you may get an internship or a volunteer opportunity at an organization, and you may not have time to do college within that period. So you want to make sure that you apply to college and that you get in, so that when your gap year is over, you know where you're going and what you're going to do, whether you're going to, run a business or get a vocational degree or something like that. You want to know that you have a plan afterwards, but gap years can be very valuable before college and after college. Some people, they want to go to law school and med school or get their MBA, and they take a year before, because college can be stressful. And so sometimes it's good to give your brain a break.
Kind of have one more question. Hope you guys don't mind. Give me 2 of your worst experiences so far in college, and give me 2 really great experiences in college. I'll give you a second to think about that. Think about things that you're like, oh my God, I wish that never happened. This is something you might want to look out for when you guys get to college. Things that you kind of wish you didn't do, or to look out for, and then some really great experiences you had.
Zula, I don't know if you want to start with this question.
I'm still thinking. I'll go first. So I'd say probably one of the worst college experiences I had was not taking advantage of office hours. I didn't know what office hours were, and my advisor wasn't the best. So she didn't tell me like, oh, you should go to office hours for every professor. Like, no one really told me that. And so it, like, the end of my freshman year semester, my first semester, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. And I need to take this final, and I don't know what I'm doing. So I had to rush and go to office hours at the end. And luckily my professors were helpful, but you definitely want to take advantage of office hours. Every professor has them. You can go see them. So if you're struggling, in the beginning of the semester, they'll help you along. And once you get your midterm grades, they will tell you like, listen, you're on this track and it's good or it's bad, and this is what you can do. Another bad experience that I had was, I don't know, I have to think about it. Let's do the good. The good experiences were all of the internship, job, and conference opportunities that we have in college. They have job fairs at school, and every school has them. And different companies, big companies like Google and Microsoft and Facebook, and sometimes local law firms or local hospitals will come to the school and they'll say, we have these opportunities for students. I definitely took advantage of those, and it was very helpful. Unfortunately, I didn't get to actually pursue the internship because of COVID. So when we came home, like the internship that I was going to do was on site. So I wasn't able to do said internship remotely, but I really appreciated the job fairs and the internship fairs that schools have.
I think for me, a bad experience was taking organic chemistry, which like, if you talk to any pre-med student, they'll probably tell you the same thing. Just a hard class. But I think what really complicated it was poor time management skills. So I didn't start like really efficiently managing my time until after I took that course. So I'm a big advocate for, Google Calendar. And so that definitely, made my second semester of that class go a little bit smoother. But the first semester was definitely brutal, definitely brutal. And so that was kind of a 2-in-1 in terms of bad situations in college. And I think some of my more positive memories have to do with like my extracurriculars. So I was on a dance team, and like that team really served as like my family throughout college. So I really think about the times when like we went on competitions and traveled together, because college is, yes, like a very academic experience, but it's also a very social experience. So I'm definitely, again, a proponent for making sure that your time is balanced and you're getting the most out of it. And then, yeah, I think Zula brought up a great point too about just like internships. And the fact is, like, you're a college student, you're still young, people are really willing to help you. Like, if you shoot someone an email and say, like, hey, I'm a student at this school, like, you're doing X, Y, and Z, I'm really interested in learning more, or like, I would love to be involved in some type of way, people are very like receptive to stuff like that. And so, yeah, some of my like internship experiences and job experiences, kind of came from cold call emails, and cold call interests like that. And those were also some of my more positive experiences in college, but more so like on the communal front. I think that's where I really, really gained the most.
So Abdul Salam said, did you have a specific way of gathering and applying for scholarships?
Yeah, for me, I like Google search scholarships that were pertinent primarily to my identity. So like I looked up a lot of like scholarships for women. I looked up scholarships for like Black students. And Azula, I feel like you might be more knowledgeable about this, but there was like a website that had like a long list of scholarships, and I just like started applying to scholarships like boom, 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 left and right. And obviously like big scholarships like the Coca-Cola scholarship, the Jesse something scholarship, etc.
Yeah, so I had a very long list in high school of scholarships. I also Google search scholarships, but what really helped me was that my high school actually curated a file cabinet in our guidance office of all the local organizations that were providing scholarships. Some of them were like $500 and some of them were like $5,000. So there's really a wide range. And so we had a church in my area. I got a scholarship from my church. I got a scholarship from a Greek-led organization. I got a scholarship from the MLK observance community in my area. There's so many organizations that offer scholarships, political organizations. Sometimes there are people who are running maybe a political campaign in your area, and that's part of their campaign is to give back money to students. So my school had like about 200 scholarships. And like Ifoma said, I looked through each one and I was like, okay, which one are for Black students? Which one are for women? Which one are for Latinos? Because I self-identify as a Latina woman. So you definitely want to look for that criteria. And as an HBCU student, I applied to UNCF, which is the United Negro College Fund, which is the largest HBCU scholarship organization. So if you're looking to apply to HBCU, that's the first place I suggest that you look.
Thank you so much, ladies. Ifoma, in order to be respectful of your time, I guess you do have to drop off right now. Thank you so much once again. We can have Zula continue on with her presentation. I guess you're at the tail end of it, and we'll try to wrap up by noon if that's possible.
Oh yes, I was almost done, so we don't have much more to go over.
Cool, go ahead.
Okay, so I was on my last slide when we ended, but I really want to go back and talk about the essay. So when I did my essay, I actually talked about my experience living in Brazil. When I was 9 years old, my family and I moved to Brazil. My father's born and raised in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And so I lived there for 4 years during middle school. And that was the experience that I talked about when I was applying for colleges. I really wanted to stand out amongst applicants. And I know not everyone has an expat experience, but there's always, if you think really, really hard, there's always something in your life that was a defining moment. And you want to use that defining moment or moments to incorporate into your essay. So I talked about what it was like being a new kid at school and feeling like an outcast. I talked about not knowing the language and how that was difficult for me. I talked about the things that I learned culturally living in a different country. And then I talked about how when I returned to the United States to come back to New Jersey, how I had to reacclimate myself to the United States political and cultural climate that had changed so much when I was gone, because I lived there from 2010 to 2014. So by the time we came back and I started going into high school, you know, the presidential election was coming up. So it was it was a time of change in America when I came back. The Black Lives Matter movement was kicking off when I came back from Brazil. So I missed a few things while I was gone, and I had to really make up that time and acclimate myself to the current political climate. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to pursue political science, was the political climate that I experienced when I returned from Brazil, and also the political climate abroad that I was under. So that was really what I incorporated into my essay. My essay was only a page and a half. Your essays don't have to be super long, but it's definitely, I'd say, the most important part of your application, because it's the one opportunity for the admissions office at that school to get to know you. Like I said, you want to look over it several times. I had 20 drafts of my essay before I submitted it, and I started like 7 months before I finally sent it in. And I'm proud of my essay till this day. I have it printed and I keep it in my room. And it was really a proud moment of mine, because I look back now as a junior and I'm like, wow, you know what? I wrote a really great essay and I was only 16 or 17. And your college essay, like when you get into school, that's what they look at the most. Every student has grades, every student has scores, but that is the defining part of your character that they get to see, because they don't get to meet you most of the time. A lot of schools don't do interviews. So you really want to hone in on the essay, even if you choose not to do SAT scores, or if you don't feel that you have the best grades for that school, the essay can really make a difference. But yeah, that is my presentation. Do you guys have any extra questions for me about schools, about HBCUs, about pageantry, anything?
All right, guys, feel free to ask your questions directly to Zula or send them in the chat box. You know, one of the things I heard throughout the theme of this discussion with you, Zula, and also with Ifoma, is the importance of getting in the faces of your advisors, making that connection. And we had two college campus visits yesterday to GW and Towson University here locally in Maryland, and we had an international high school counselor with us, and she shared with us, you know, that counselors have information about scholarships or different opportunities at their desk all the time. But who do you think they're going to present with those opportunities? It's going to be the students that they know, that they have faces attached to those names. Because a lot of times the counselors have a ton of hundreds of students that they're advising. So you all should definitely take notes, dear students, about the importance of speaking with your counselors. And we probably should have a session about how to meet with them, right, Brother Hamza? Just to encourage them, you know, how do you, because it can be intimidating, I can imagine, especially, you know, for a 13, 14, 15, even a 19-year-old going to meet this adult person, adult figure with, that seems like they have so much power. So it looks like we don't have any more questions. I see some no's in the chat box. Thank you all so much for your attention, and thank you, Zula. We greatly appreciate your presence here. I will be back in touch with you. I have a feeling we're going to be inviting you back to have maybe smaller discussions with us, because the career preparations, career preparedness, and also definitely college, the whole college process is going to be our theme for the rest of the school year with our senior stars. Thank you so much for your time. Anything else to add, Brother Hamza?
No, I just want to say she did an amazing job. Thank you. You were very thorough in terms of the breadth of things you talked about. I think it was a lot of great information. I hope the kids got a lot out of it. I'm sure they did.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much to both of you for inviting me here. I really had a great time speaking with you guys and sharing the stage with IFOMA. And I'm looking forward to, maybe coming back and talking to you guys again. This is something that I'm very passionate about. I really enjoyed my college experience and it's not over. So I definitely enjoyed my time here today. Thank you so much.
Great, great. Appreciate it. All righty, guys. So we are on for a quick short break, right? So we'll give you 15 minutes or so, and then we'll come back at 11:25 because we took a little bit extra time. All right, guys, so go ahead and mute yourself or something. You know what, Emma, I'm going to put you in a break room so we can have a quick chat, okay? All right, so everyone else, go ahead and go on break, please. Thank you. This. All right, time to come back, guys. Welcome back, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Alaikum salam.
Thank you, Abdul Salam. Make sure everybody else is here. Thank you, Rashida. Thank you, Nafisa. I have Abdul Salam, Rashida, Nafisa, Rashid, and Umar. Are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Rashid.
Can I go use the bathroom real quick?
Yeah, yeah, please, go ahead. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started here in a second. Everybody can go ahead and kind of make their way back to Nearpod. Everybody should still be logged in, but if not, I'll put the link back in Nearpod. We're gonna take a look at vocational schools real quick. We're just kind of rotate, have people kind of read for us. And Rashida, I'm gonna start with you first. If you can kind of read our initial slide, please, on vocational schools.
Vocational school. A vocational school, also called a trade school, is a higher level learning institution that specializes in providing students with the technical skills they need in order to perform the task of a particular class.
Very good, thank you. So vocational schools are always based on a very specific job, whereas a college kind of a 2-year or 4-year college kind of prepares you generally for a lot of different things, then something kind of more specific. You have this general knowledge in your early years in college, in your first, second year, and then you kind of get more specific. A vocational, you don't really do the general knowledge. You go straight into the skills necessary for that job. So you're not going to require, like, for instance, if you're taking, you know, I don't know, classes in nursing, they're not going to make you take philosophy. They're not going to make you take, you know, some of these other prerequisites that you would at a normal college. So vocational school is about being as direct as possible and getting the skills necessary to complete a specific job. Thank you, Rashida. All right, Abdul Salam, you can read the second one for us, please.
Trade schools give students the chance to earn a diploma or formal certification without requiring a large number of classes that are unrelated to the student's entire career. Can you
Awesome.
think of any,
Yeah, can you guys think of any careers that might require some form of vocational training? And I get this question all the time, right? Some students say, you know what, I want to become a psychiatrist or whatever the case may be. Why do I have to take math courses? I hate math. Like, why do I have to take math in college? You know, college wants to kind of prepare you generally and make sure that you have a wide breadth of knowledge. Vocational school, again, is about a direct path to that information. So can you guys think of anything that, any kind of jobs you think might be vocational jobs? You guys can type in the chat, or you can come off of mute and you can say them out loud. Anything you guys think might be vocational? All right, anybody, anything you think might be something that you get at a vocational or technical school, trade school? Anybody think of anything? All right, let's go and move forward. We'll get to know some of those careers in a second here. All right, so here's some career options, and if we can get Umar, if you can read some of these career options for us.
There are so many different vocational higher learning institutions that focus on a particular trade. Some examples of careers that often require some form of vocational training include appliance repairer, carpenter, cook / chef, cosmetologist, court reporter, dental hygienist, electrician,
Esthetician, yeah.
Esthetician,
Yeah.
force firefighters, medical assistants, paralegal, massage therapist, mechanic, veterinary technician, welder, and X-ray technician.
Right.
These are all some of
Very good. So these are all kind of examples of things or jobs or careers that you might find that you need a vocational school or a trade school to complete. Some really popular ones here: electrician, cosmetologist. We know are really popular. Carpentry or carpenter are really popular ones. Welders, really popular career options for people who want to make decent money, but not have to take all the classes you would at a regular college. And this afternoon, we're gonna kind of look into some of those career fields that are on the higher paying level of the vocational school route. All right, very good. Thank you, Nafisa. If you can read the benefits of trade school and cost of trade school for us.
Benefits of trade school. Job security. Trade schools often have a high job placement rate. Complete your post-secondary education in a short amount of time. Average annual income can range from $35,000 to $55,000, depending on the trade. Cost effective.
And pause right there for me, Nafisa. Thank you. So just to reiterate some things, right? So the job security, like I told you guys, trade schools happen because these jobs are needed. That's why they are trade schools for these jobs, right? So they have a high job placement rate, so you're not going to be out of work. At least you know that, right? We know it's a short amount of time, and the average salary. This is on the lower end, 35 to 55. There are some trades that pay in the 80s and 90s in terms of thousands of dollars, $80,000 and $90,000 a year. Depending on the trade. So this is just average based on the numbers that I found. And again, it's cost effective because you're not paying for 4 years of college. You're only doing the cost of the trade school, and then you get right into the workforce and you start making money. Go ahead, Nafisa, if you can finish up for us.
Cost of trade school. The cost of receiving an education from a trade school varies greatly and depends on many factors. Depending on the trade you are learning and the amount of time it takes to complete your program, vocational education can range anywhere from $7,000 to $30,000, whereas going to school at a university can cost $9,000 to $30,000 per year. Trade school ranges from $7,000 to $30,000 to complete your entire program.
All right, very good. So it is cost effective, like we said a little earlier. It's a little bit cheaper, and you get right into making money. All right, thank you, Nafisa. All right, so just wanted to take a look at this chart real quick, right? So on the left-hand side, you see the types of post-secondary education. We have the top one, which is vocational schools, or also known as trade schools or technical schools or career colleges, right? Then underneath that, we have community colleges or junior colleges. Those are the 2-year programs, right? Your associate's degrees, and then the 4-year community college. I kind of want to make sure you guys understand what each one is and what they offer. So a vocational school typically takes 6 months to 3 years, up to 3 years, right? Depending on what the trade is, right? Like I told you guys earlier, some trades are very technical and very detailed and require a lot of knowledge. So it could take up to 3 years to learn that trade. What you get when you're done, it could be an associate's degree, depending on what the trade is. It could be a technical diploma or a certificate or some kind of license. All right, most of those schools are private, in terms of these trade schools or professional schools, career schools. Options after you finish, you go straight to work. With an associate's degree, you can transfer to a 4-year program depending on what the trade is. All right. And of course, you can get financial aid and scholarships always available for a majority of these trade schools or technical schools. All right. And then in terms of your community colleges, these are, again, your 2-year colleges, your associate's degrees. When you're done, you'll have an associate's degree or sometimes a certificate, depending on what the program is. And then these are typically public, all right? Typically public. Community colleges are typically public. Junior colleges are typically private. All right, and you'll hear that term junior college thrown around. It just really means a private, a 2-year college versus community college is a public 2-year college, because again, it's for the community. That's why they call it a community college. And junior colleges are private. They're run privately, and same exact thing, right? Options after you finish, you can go straight to work, or you can transfer to a 4-year university if all your credits are accepted. And of course, financial aid is always available for those types of schools. And then last but not least, we have our 4-year colleges and universities. And again, it takes 4 years to complete. And at the end of it, you'll have your bachelor's degree, sometimes a certificate as well, depending on what the track is. And then, of course, you have both public and private 4-year universities. And right after you finish, of course, you can go to work, or you can go get your master's degree by going to graduate school. All right. And of course, financial aid and scholarships are all available. All right. And I'm going to pause right here for a second, see if anybody has any questions about the type of school, what they offer. Thank you. What they offer, and or anything like that. No, I'll just pause for a second. You can feel free to unmute yourself if you have any questions or confused about anything. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen real quick in case I try to take a look at the chat. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Everybody good? All right. Let's go ahead and continue. All right. All right. So I want you guys to guess whether it's a trade school, 2-year, or 4-year. All right. So on the next series of slides, let me pause for a second. Everybody is in Nearpod, right? Do I need to continue to share my slides? I just want to let students. Okay, gotcha. Never mind. Can everybody see the slides in Nearpod, or do I need to continue to share my screen? And we'll take a look here. Okay. All right. Awesome.
I can see it on your pod.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. I want to be able to see what you guys say here in the chat. So, or this is what I'll do. I'll have you guys come off of mute. I'm going to continue to share. I'm going to continue to share my screen, but I'm going to have you guys come off of mute to answer, okay? Because I won't be able to see what you guys type in the chat, all right? So I'm going to continue to share my screen, but I'm going to need you guys to come off of mute to answer, all right? So on the next series of slides, we'll take a look at a series of careers, and you're going to guess the type of school or level of education you would need for that career field, all right? Let's see how you guys do. All right, architect. What do you guys think? Trade school,
Trade school.
associate's degree, which is 2-year or 4-year.
Associates.
Okay. Okay, you say 2-year. Okay. Anybody else?
I agree with them.
Okay. Everybody thinks 2-year. Architecture is a 4-year bachelor's degree program. All right, 4-year college, university. In order to become an architect, you need 4 years. These are all 4-year programs for architecture. All right, so keep that in mind. That's something you're interested in. All right, let's take a look at career number 2. Paramedic. What do you guys think? Trade school, 2-year program, or 4-year program?
Trade school.
Trade school, 2-year program.
Yeah, trade school.
Okay. All right, good guesses, and you guys are absolutely right. All right, so depending, all right, depending on the program you find, some of them can be a associate's degree, which is a 2-year program, and some trade schools offer paramedic certifications as well. So it could be a community college or trade school, just like Omar said, trade school or community college. All right, let's take a look at number 3. Massage therapist.
Trade school.
Trade, okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I agree.
Trade school, absolutely, right? That is a trade school certificate or diploma, trade school, right? Very good. Let's take a look at number 4. High school teacher, what do you guys think? Trade 2-year program or 4-year program?
4-year.
4-year.
4-year,
4-year
4-year,
program.
4-year, okay.
2-year.
2-year, okay. One person says associate's degree, one person says 4-year degree, and you absolutely need a 4-year degree to become a teacher, and some additional certifications after your 4-year degree. All right, so very good, but it is at least a bachelor's degree in order to become a teacher. All right, let's take a look at the next one. Journalist. What do you guys think? Journalist.
4-year.
4-year, okay.
4-year.
4-year.
2 years.
2 years, okay. So you don't think journalism is that difficult? 2-year degree, and it is a 4-year degree. Journalism requires a 4-year degree. A lot of work you got to do in college, and practicums and all kind of different things you have to do in order to become a journalist. At least the professional, not freelance kind of situation. All right. All right. Automotive technician. What do you guys think?
Trade school.
Grade school, okay.
Trade school.
All right. Anybody else?
I'm
Trade
not
school.
sure.
Trade school, absolutely. So it is definitely a trade school program. I think they're typically about a year for automotive technicians, depending on the type of cars and type of program. Some of them are heavy in electrical. Some of them are not. The ones that aren't heavy in electrical work, they're very much shorter, maybe a 6-month program. The ones that are heavy in the electrical cars and the newer cars, I think they're about a year-long program. All right, engineer.
Definitely 4 years.
Okay, 4-year. Anybody else?
Yeah, 4-year.
Yep.
4-year.
Absolutely a 4-year program, bachelor's degree, 4-year program. As you can see, some of these things are varying, right? Doctor, we should know this one, easy.
4-year.
4-year.
Anybody else want to guess? So this one is, in reality, is like 12 years. But yeah, you need at least a bachelor's degree. I mean, you need a bachelor's degree plus medical school and some other stuff. So 4-year college and medical school. So bachelor's degree, medical degree, and then you do your residency as well. So it takes quite some time to become a doctor. Much longer than 4 years. All right. Very good. And then hairstylist.
Trade school.
Trade school.
Absolutely, trade school, very certificate or trade school, right? And sometimes people don't even go to trade school; they just do an apprenticeship under a certified hairstylist, somebody who actually has a certification for it, and then they'll learn the trade, and then they'll just start doing it without actually being certified. So you can always go to a certified hairstylist, or you can go to somebody you know who does hair. You don't necessarily have to be certified because people just apprenticeship under other people, right? All right, very good. And I think this is the last one, lawyer.
4-year.
4 years plus law school.
Absolutely, right? So 4 years plus law school. So that is about 7, and I think you have to do a year after that. So about 7 or 8 years to become a lawyer. All right, very good. Oh, I think this is the last one. Nurse, sorry. This is the last one.
4-year.
4 years, you think? Okay. Anybody else want to guess?
Years.
You said 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everybody thinks 4 years. So this is one of the interesting professions, and it depends, right? Nursing is one of those professions that depends, right? So some of them are 2-year programs, depending on the level of nursing, because you have like LPN, you have your RNs, you have your, LPN I think is licensed professional nurse or something, and RN is like a registered nurse, and there's levels to nursing. So similar to many other careers as a nurse, the higher level of your degree, the more money you'll make and options you'll have. But I think the lowest programs are like a 2-year program in order to be a nurse, and then with a 4-year program, you can become an RN, and then like they have other things like a nurse practitioner, which is basically like a doctor, but it doesn't take as long as becoming a doctor. But a nurse practitioner can issue medicine and do all the same things. They make great money as well, without having to become a doctor and go to medical school. So there's a LPN, RN, nurse practitioner, right? So those are very many levels of this, and the higher the level, the more schooling it does take. All right. So what we're gonna do real quick, I want us to, and this is just kind of a wrap up here. Trade school, community college, and universities are all great options for pursuing post-secondary education. It's important that you choose whichever option you feel is best for you and your future goals, right? So there's so many different options out there, and trade school being one of them that is very viable, because if your goal at the end of the day is to make $80,000, and that's what you want to do, you want to live a certain lifestyle, then going to trade school is a very viable option, because at the end of the day, you can make $80,000. If your goal is to have a specific career field, and you know that you need to go to a 4-year school in order to get to that career field, then that should be your. So always start off with your end goal and figure out why you want to go to school, what you want to go to school for, what's the reasoning behind it, and that'll lead you down the path of least resistance, right? The easiest path to get to where you want to go is what you should always try to do. All right. So what I want everybody to do real quick is to go ahead. Oh, actually, I don't want to do that yet. So we'll do that. We'll actually do that when we come back from lunch. It's almost 11:50, 11:48 right now. So what we'll do is we're gonna break here for lunch, and then we'll come back in an hour. And then from there, we'll get into our activity for this afternoon. So say the time now is 11:50. We'll break and come back at 12:50. All right. So you guys enjoy your lunch. Is that okay, Dr. Fazia?
Yeah, that's fine.
Mhm. You guys come back at exactly 12:50. It's a 1-hour lunch. Yes. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. And then we'll get into our yeah. That's what we'll do. All right, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll get into our activity for this afternoon. right, assalamu alaikum, guys.
Welcome, sir.
How are you guys doing?
Salam.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Awesome. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started here in a second. Let's see. I wanted to discuss. There was an article that was brought up about 5 trade school myths and why they're wrong. I want us to kind of take a look at that. If everybody can go ahead and make their way to Nearpod, I'll share my screen again. Let's take a look at that article. Let's break that down. And then we'll get into our activity for today, researching trades and trade schools. All right, everybody can go ahead and click on the screen. It'll take you directly to the article if you click on the Nearpod screen. All right. I think everybody is there. I'm going to go ahead and read the top of this article for us, and then I'll have somebody read myth number 1, and then so on. All right. And give me 1 second to get my stuff together here. See everybody. All right. So I'm just going to read the top of the article and kind of follow along from there. It says the cost of college rises, more students are taking a harder look at the return on investment of their college degree. And we've talked about that idea for a while now, that college being kind of a return on your investment, and you're spending these 4 years so you can get something out of it, right? And typically that's some kind of financial kind of security, or the ability to make more, the ability to do what you want to do in life. That is leading some students to take a closer look at post-secondary vocational education, more commonly referred to as a trade school. This is a career-focused route that prepares you for a specific trade or field, and we've talked about that earlier, and often leads to the completion of an associate's degree within 2 years. All right. The National Center for Educational Statistics released a report projecting that between 2007 and 2019, the number of students earning an associate's degree will increase by 30%. So more students are choosing this option, while those earning a bachelor's degree will only increase by 23%. Clearly, vocational education could be at the forefront of education going forward. So, despite the educational opportunity that trade schools provide, there are still several myths that persist about vocational education. With the help of an expert in the field, manufacturing coordinator for the College of DuPage, we aim to bust 5 of these myths and give you the real scoop about vocational education. And if I can have Nafisa, if I can have you read myth number 1 for us, and then read the information about the myth for us.
Myth number 1: only people who can't get into college go to trade schools. According to U.S. News and World Report, there are over 100 colleges in America that accept over 90% of applicants. So there are plenty of options besides trade schools for students who want an academic college education. The reality is that students who choose a trade school most likely do so because they can see the relevance of what they're being taught in the real world. Vocational education programs mostly focus on specific skills for specific occupations. Everything a student learns, from how to behave and function in the workplace to specific occupational skills, can be applied in the specific career that interests them. In addition, says Philippek, there are students in trade programs that have already earned a 4-year degree but are unable to find employment in that field in the workforce.
Absolutely, thank you, Nafisa. So my brother's one of those people who he was one of those people, right? He got his 4-year degree. It's not that he couldn't find work; he had a job, but he wanted to actually do a trade, and the trade offered him a little bit more flexibility and the ability to actually make more money than he was making in his career out of college. So he ended up going to trade school, and the school he went to was like another year for database administration certification. He did that for a year and became a database administrator, even though he had his 4-year degree in the medical field prior to that. So as you can see, this is a myth, right? Just because you go to trade school doesn't mean you couldn't get into college. You're just choosing the option because you think it's the best fit for you in terms of the best bang for your buck. All right. Thank you, Nafisa. Number 2, if I can have Rashida. Rashida, can you read number 2 for us?
There seems to be a prevailing but incorrect assumption that you can only get certificates and diplomas from trade schools. However, many trade schools also offer a 2-year associate's degree, and some even offer a 4-year bachelor's degree, depending on the requirements of the career. For example, the College of DuPage, located in Glen Ellen, Illinois, offers an associate's degree in air conditioning, anesthesia technology, automotive service technology, construction management, diagnostic technology, imaging. Philly Peck says it is important to point out the associate degree is not terminal. Many students go on to earn a 4-year degree at universities in these technical areas.
Very good. And when we say terminal, all we're saying is that that's not necessarily the end. You can get an associate's degree and then go and finish off your 4-year degree. Some people want to do both. Some people want to know that at the end of 2 years, if I wanted to stop going to school, I could, and I can get a job in, whatever, anesthesia technology or construction management. And if I wanted to continue, I have that option after I get my associate's degree. So some people like the flexibility of going the trade school route because of the flexibility that it kind of affords you. All right. Thank you, Rashida. And let's go to myth number 3. If I can have Umar read myth number 3 for us.
Myth number 3. You can't get a job that pays well. Absolutely not, says Philip Peck. Adding that to the manufacturing program that he coordinates at the College of DuPage receives over 100 employment opportunities each year. Almost all these jobs offer health insurance, paid vacation, and a 401k. Many companies also offer tuition reimbursement, which can certainly help a student complete their studies. He says, some of the highest paying vocational careers pay considerably higher than the average for all occupations combined. Here is just a sampling of 5 vocational careers that pay more than the national mean annual wage of $47,230, according to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Electronic repairers, $55,610. Nuclear medicine technologist, 73,230, dental hygienist 71,970, radiation therapist 83,710, nuclear technician 75,960.
Very good. Thank you, Umar. So as you can see, there are some really, really high paying jobs that require only a trade school. And remember, like these salaries that you're seeing here, I want you guys to understand these are on the upper end of salaries as far as across the country, right? A lot of people don't make this amount of money. These are some higher salaries you're seeing here. You can get to these higher salaries just by going the trade school route and finding a trade that you really enjoy. Thank you, Amar. So remember, trade schools is a viable option in terms of high-paying jobs as well. Let's take a myth number 4. Abdul Salam, if you can read myth number 4, and then myth number 5 will come to Rashid.
Employers don't want to see trade school on your resume. Philip Peck counters this by explaining that a vocational degree or studies on a resume demonstrates to employers a willingness to improve their skills, along with a desire to keep up with the newest methods and technology. With an aging workforce in these technical areas, people with these skills on the resume are in high demand, he says. In an article summarizing the research on occupation-specific education, Cornell University professor John Bishop states that job productivity derives directly from social abilities, such as good work habits and people skills, and cognitive skills that are specific to the job or the occupation. These are the two most important traits to employers in small and medium-sized businesses, which are providing most of the new jobs in the American economy. These same employers are also indicated that relative wage rates are tied directly to occupational skills rather than other educational factors.
Absolutely. So just to point out, it's not frowned upon. Like trade school is not something that's like looked down on by anybody. These are legitimate professions that make legitimate amounts, like legitimate salaries. And just because they see it on your resume is not a bad thing. It could be seen as a good thing because of what it says about you. Thank you. Rashid, if you can go ahead and read number 5 for us.
You're limited to one career your whole life with well, what let's say
Vocational
vocational education. The content learned in a vocational program is specifically to one occupation. Philippe Peck says there are basic skills in safety, quality, and employability that are common throughout many industries. Many technical skills also overlap and individuals who have made a desire can always work their way up to a management position or branch off into sales, engineering, or marketing positions. Philippe Peck says, having any technical knowledge provides a powerful advantage to individuals looking to expand their careers. Also because trade school education can usually be completed in about half the time that it takes to finish a bachelor's degree. There is considerably less risk in changing your vocational career aspirations.
Sorry about that. Yeah, absolutely. So remember, like we said earlier, a couple things to point out, right? You go to a trade school, you can still go on to finish a 4-year degree if you want to, because of the fact that you've received an associate's degree, depending on what the trade is, and then you can just transfer to a 4-year college to finish out whatever other degree you want to, or whatever other career field you might be interested in going to. So it provides you flexibility and opportunities in different areas. All right, so these are all really great points and to bring out about vocational / trade school or technical school that, again, I want you guys to consider. These are viable options. Now, we're going to do a quick activity. Let me go ahead and close this out. We're going to look at some of the higher paying trade schools, or some of the higher paying trades, I should say. If we can go ahead and click on this link here, it says the 24 highest paying trade jobs, no bachelor's degree required. All right. Everybody going to click on this. We're going to look through this list. I'm going to give you guys a second to kind of explore a bit. If we scroll down a little bit, the list starts a little bit down the page. The first option you'll see here is plumber. So as you're looking through the list, a couple of things I want to point out, right? First of all, you see right away the median salary, and then it tells you what that profession does. So the description of the profession is right underneath the title of the profession, right? So plumbers install, maintain, and replace everything from gas and water lines to kitchen and bathroom fixtures. While the job may include unpredictable hours on both nights and weekends, it also comes with a high degree of independence, income stability, and flexibility. So that's what a plumber is. Now, if you're interested in that, if you see a profession that you're interested in, I want you to click on learn more about being a plumber. What you'll notice is another window will pop up with specific information on plumbers. What do plumbers do? A little bit more detailed information. They give you a more in-depth salary range, all right, with the medium salary, the number of jobs available in that field. You'll have a video, if you scroll down a little bit, day in the life of a plumber. You'll get a chance to watch a video to learn more about that profession. And if you go down a little bit more, you'll see the job responsibilities. What are the responsibilities that you have? What are the things that you do on a daily basis? All right, they'll typically list 6. Some of them will list a little bit more. And then if you come down a little bit more, relevant education and training, and the skills that you need. The skills that you need. Plumbing requires communication and listening skills, handling heavy material tools, problem solving ability, a teamwork mentality, operating machinery. All right, and then you wanted to type in your zip code and click apply. Training programs in your area for that specific career. All right, and if I can close that window out by plumbing, and it'll be back to the main page here again and I can go down. So what you're going to do right now, I'm gonna give you guys a little about 10 minutes to kind of explore this site and look through all of these different trades, right? And you can see the average salary of these different trades. We have, we're going to do a worksheet. There's going to be a worksheet. I'm going to post each person's worksheet in the chat. And I'm going to call your name and let you know which one belongs to you, what link belongs to you, but I'm going to post that in the chat now. I want you guys to take about 10 minutes now to look through this list, kind of explore and find 2 that you're interested in or that interest you. Find 2 of these trades that interest you. It's a very long list, so take your time and find 2 that interest you. right, guys. So I hope you guys had an opportunity to explore that career list and find 2 careers that you might be interested in. I'm gonna go over the document that you guys are gonna be working on right now, real quick. It's a really simple process, and I've put in the chat. I've put in a copy for each of you. Each of you have your own copy in the chat. So take a look in the chat. Click the link that I've posted to you. To go ahead and open up that document. I'll share my screen real quick so we can go over the document. It's a really simple document here. And I'm just going to look at Abdul Salam's real quick. So it's really simple. This activity summarizes important details about an occupation you're exploring. Using the SkillPoint website that I gave you guys, look up the details for an occupation you're interested in. We're going to do 2 of them. The information below includes some of the highlights of the occupation. So please use SkillPoint to learn much as you can about the occupation that interests you. All right. So you'll put the occupation title here. You'll describe the occupation on that main page, like that basic description that I read to you guys. You'll describe the occupation. If you come down a little bit lower, you'll see where it says review job responsibilities. We saw that on the screen, some of the job responsibilities. You'll list 3 of them that interest you. And then you might list 1 or 2 that you think don't suit you. Some of the responsibilities that you feel like I could do without that responsibility. And then what skills does the profession require? We saw some of the skills at the bottom as well. And then if you come down here, you'll take a look at education, training, and experience. Review the knowledge required for a list of areas important in this occupation. And then you'll put down the average salary. And then at the bottom, it'll say, would you be interested in this occupation? Why or why not? You're going to do that for 2 of these vocational occupations that you guys have seen on this list, some of the higher paying vocational opportunities. Does anybody have any questions about what they're doing right now? Anybody confused or have any questions? Thank you, Abdul Salam. Everybody else, again, you should see your document in the chat. Please let me know if you can't see the document in the chat so I can make sure I get that to you. Thank you, Umar. Give you guys about 20 minutes, and I'll check in with you guys right after that. See if you guys need additional time or not. Rashid, please let me know if you're able to see your document. Same thing, Rashida and Nafisa. Please let me know if you're able to see your your document if you're able to get into it. Thank you, Rashid. Nafisa and Rashida, please let me know. Thank you, Rashida. Thank you, Nafisa. Awesome. Give you guys about 20 minutes to work on that independently, and then I'll touch base, see if you guys need a little bit more time or not. Then we'll talk about what we learned about these professions and what our level of excitement are for these professions. And just an FYI, guys, remember we're picking 2 professions. Some of you guys already finished the first one. Make sure you find a second one. Thank you, Umar. Good job so far. Thank you, Nafisa. Good job so far. Thank you, Rashida. And keep working. Good job, Rashid. Keep working on it. Nice. I didn't know they made that much money. Well, All right, guys, I'm still looking through some of you. A couple of you guys need a little bit more time. I see some of you guys are finished already. Give a couple of you guys a couple more seconds. Thank you, Umar. Thank you, Abdul Salam. I see you working, Nafisa. Give me a couple more minutes to finish up that second one. Nice. Rashida, let me know if you need some additional assistance with that second one, if you're trying to figure out the second one. Great job, guys. We'll give you guys 3 more minutes, and then we'll go ahead and start reviewing some of our answers here. Hopefully we can get some of you guys to share. One more minute. Oh, sorry about that. I was talking to myself. So we have done some exploration about some different vocations, and I'm interested to hear what you guys have found out. So we're gonna go one at a time. I want each person to kind of give me one vocation that they've learned about that they found interesting. Give me a little bit about the vocation, what you do on a daily basis, that kind of good stuff, and what kind of money you make, and then whether it's something you can see yourself doing or not. I'm going to start off with my boys, and I'm going to finish off with the young ladies. So I'm going to start off with Abdul Salam. Why don't you start off for us, Abdul Salam? Tell us about one of those professions.
Can you repost can you send
The
me
link?
mine again?
Yep, I got you. You mean the link to your document?
Yeah, and the Nearpod too. I just switched computers.
No worries. Doing that now. So, all right, here is the link to your document, and then the Nearpod. I'm going to put that in the chat as well. Give me 1 second here. And then we'll come to Abdul Salam. And here is the Nearpod link as well. All right, awesome. Thank you, Rashida. So Abdul Salam, go ahead if you can come off of mute. Tell us a little bit about one of those professions that you learned about. Give us a little bit of information about the profession, how much you make, and then whether or not you think you can something for you or not.
So I found a dental hygienist, and they're basically the people, like when you go to the dentist, they're basically the people who are like cleaning your teeth and taking x-rays and stuff like that. And they also give you advice on how to like continue helping and making your oral health better. Uh, they make around 50 to 103K per year. The education they need is an associate's degree. Um, and some skills they require are communication skills. You need to be detail oriented, and you have to have a calm and reassuring manner. And I I would consider this job in the future, but it's not really something I would see me doing. But it's definitely a choice, though.
Nice. Were you surprised by the salary at all, or surprised by anything else about the profession?
Yeah, I was definitely surprised by the salary, given that you only need an associate's degree and you could be making that much money.
Right. A lot of people with master's degrees don't even make 3 figures, right? So, and PhDs don't make 3 figures. So, but yeah, definitely a good salary. I guess it's a very technical job, and you only need a 2-year degree for it. Awesome. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Hope you were able to get some good information there. I'm going to go to Umar next. Umar, if you can go ahead and come off of mute, same thing. Pick one of the careers you learned about. Give us a little information about it, what they do, how much they make, and then whether or not you can see yourself doing it.
Okay. The first one I picked was power plant operator. And like on a daily basis, like we'd like manage and we would manage like the equipment that makes the electricity and monitor them. And also like we work, I think I read that we work on like shifts so that one person is always there because we have to ensure constant electricity to prevent like the blackouts. And for skills you have to have like a I think for the education, I mean, you have to have a high school diploma, and for experience they prefer the for you to be an ex-military. And the average annual earnings is 82K.
Nice. Anything that surprised you about that career?
Yeah.
What?
The ex-military part.
Yeah, that was interesting to hear too. I mean, I guess military is always one of those things that people kind of look positively upon. But yeah, that's a little surprising that they wrote that in there. What about is something you can see yourself doing in the future?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Interesting. Nice. Hope you gain some more insight there. I'm gonna come to Rashid next. Rashid, same thing. Give me one profession that you learned about. Tell us a little bit about it, how much they make, and whether you can see yourself doing it or not.
Okay. So so I'm gonna I was thinking about IT specialists. Um they basically, what they do is that they just help people if they have an issue with their internet or issue with something in the network. And what they do is they sit there and wait for a phone call to come, and then they'll teach the person how to do it step by step. And I don't really dislike anything about this because I like to help people with stuff. Um, the education for this is where is it? You need a bachelor's degree. And I'm pretty sure you also are going to need experience with technology and computers. So you would have to learn about that. And the salary is that's 52,270.
Nice. That's the average salary. Nice. Okay. And then is it something you can see yourself doing?
Yeah, I can see myself doing something like that.
Awesome. Nice. Nice. All right. We're going to come to Nafisa next. Nafisa, if you can go ahead and unmute and share with us the profession that you found out about
Yeah.
and what it does, and then how much they make, and if you can see yourself doing it.
Oh yeah, so I learned about real estate appraisers. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm trying to, okay. Yeah, I learned about real estate appraisers, and what they do is they basically just estimate houses and buildings. And then they also provide, I'm looking at the description, by the way. They also provide unbiased, objective estimates of the value of a building and the land it resides on. And then they also offer assistance for those who own or manage properties in investing and in real estate on land holdings. But like their average salary is like 52,000. Oops, wrong one. Wait. Their average salary is $57,000, but you only need an associate's or you only need can I just switch to what I was gonna do originally? I'm just gonna do the graphic designer because
That's fine. That's fine.
So yeah, the graphic designers, they use their talent and to express they use their talent of expressing. See, what I wrote makes no sense. They use their talent to express they use their talent in different ways of creating brochures, logos, packaging, magazines, and other materials using advanced computer applications and different softwares. And then they make $52,000. And then the different skills that you need are having good analytical skills, strong computer skills, and excellent communication skills. But you only need an associate's or bachelor's degree. And then you also have to train in like different online websites like Photoshop, in graphic design, Illustrator, and you need to have high developing computer skills in those different applications. And then Would I see myself doing this? Maybe, because I feel like it would be like a side job or whatever. Like if I had like a business or a company, like designing my own logos and stuff. Like I don't know, it would be fun to do.
No, I definitely agree with that. So that's the beautiful thing about a lot of these trades. A lot of trades people do as side jobs. Like my friend is a real estate appraiser, right? And he does it full time ish. He has a regular job and he does real estate appraisal whenever he feels like it, right? He can take on clients, he can take on things as he wants to. So you can do it as a side job. Graphic designing, you can do it as a side job, right? Whenever you want to. A lot of these things you can kind of do as a side hustle. Not all of them. Some of them are regular 9 to 5s, but a lot of these trades you could do as kind of a side job type of thing. So that's the beautiful thing about a trade. It affords you opportunity and affords you a little bit of flexibility in how you work and when you work and those kind of things. So let's go to our last, thank you, Nafisa. And let's go to our last student, Rashida. If you can go ahead and come off mute and share with us one profession that you were kind of interested in, what they do, what you learned about it, how much they make, and if it's something you can see yourself doing in the future.
I had medical sonographer, but and medical sonographers are trained to utilize high frequency sound waves to generate images of the body. And then you have to use x-rays, set up appointments, and conduct screenings. And something that I dislike is that when I clicked medical sonographer, it took me to dental hygienist, so I just put the stuff for dental hygienist in the rest of the spots. So, something that I don't like is I have to clean patients' teeth, and some skills you have to use is communication skills and problem solving. And I like that you only need an associate's degree, and some of the annual earnings are like 50K to 103K. And I don't think that I would see myself doing it because I don't know what I want to do yet, and I don't really think that this is one of them.
Nice. So that's exactly what this is about. Just kind of exploring and figuring things and figuring out if it's something you can see yourself doing, something you might like, something you might not like. But that's awesome. I'm glad you guys got a chance to explore some of these careers. I think some of these careers are awesome. Again, well-paying jobs that require only a 2-year, in some cases, in most cases, a degree, and some are even shorter than that. So hope you guys got a lot out of it. So with our last hour or so, we are going to do a little exploration. I want to show you guys a site real quick. And let's go back to Nearpod. I'm gonna close these out. Give me 1 second. Teach you guys a little bit about a site called Raise Me. Has anybody heard of a Raise Me before? Raise Me. Now I'll kind of give you guys a little background information on the site before we get to actually exploring the site here. In a second. Sorry about that. God, I went back too far. Oh my God. I'm sorry, I gotta go back even further. Apologize, guys. Give me a second. All right, here we go. All right. I'm going to share my screen in a second, but the name of the site is called Raise Me, and I'll kind of give you guys a little background on what the site is actually all about as we dive into our some of the work and some of the exploration. So Raise Me is basically a website. You create an account, and Raise Me has partnerships with a bunch of universities throughout the country. And what Raise Me does, they give you something called micro scholarships. So it's not a $20,000 scholarship or $10,000 or $5,000. What they do is micro scholarships. They give you a little bit of money for everything that you do in high school. So let's imagine you got a 3.0 freshman year, first quarter. Well, if you get a 3.0 freshman year, first quarter, they may give you a $300 scholarship. If you played a sport freshman year, they may give you a $500, right? So they partner with these schools, and all they're doing is for every activity that you've done in high school, whether you participate in after school activity, community service, everything, they give you a little bit of money every year, every semester, every quarter as time goes on. So from the time you're a freshman to the time you're a senior, you can acquire a whole lot of money in scholarships by the time you're a senior. But they give it out a little bit at a time based on what you do throughout the years. All right. So every year you participate in something, or every quarter, every semester you participate in something, you go on the website, you click on it, and then by the end of your senior year, you'll see how much money you have in scholarship money. During your senior year, at the end of every year, actually, they ask for verification. So you may have to submit your transcript. You may have to submit proof you were in a club. You may have to submit something showing all of these things that you put down. That you participated in or did, right? So whether it be community service, you may have to submit proof that you did that so they can honor those scholarships. Now, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we're going to kind of go through these slides real quick so you guys can have some time to kind of explore the Raise Me website and get some more information about it. Again, earning merit-based money. All right, earning merit-based money. What can I do to ensure that I'm getting the most possible funding for college? And Raise Me is a great platform to use, especially some of you younger students who are going to ninth grade or in ninth grade, or to use to start acquiring a little bit of money at a time, because you really can't start applying to major scholarships until your junior year and mostly your senior year. So right now, this is a way as a freshman and sophomore, you guys can start accruing money for school using the Raise Me platform. And of course, it's merit-based money and not need-based money. There are two different types of money awarded. Need-based meaning, hey, we're a really low-income family. Can you guys help us out because we don't have any money? And then merit-based is, hey, I got a 4.0 GPA, I got a 1,500 on my SAT score, I have 1,000 hours of community service. I've earned the money, right? So merit-based, I'm earning money based on my merit versus need-based money. So today we're really looking and focusing on merit-based money. And as you guys get a little older, you'll learn more about need-based aid as we go. Anybody have any questions before we get started and looking at this platform? Go ahead and listen in. Please unmute yourself because I can't see the chat right now. All right, awesome. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, if I can have somebody read a little bit about Raise Me. Rashida, if you can read about Raise Me, please.
Raise Me allows students starting as early as ninth grade to earn scholarship money for college from over 100 partner colleges for doing all the things that best prepare them to succeed, whether that's getting good grades, volunteering in their community, or joining an extracurricular activity. And this 3-lesson series brought to you by Raise Me, students are introduced to the cost of college and opportunities to pay for their education.
Awesome. Thank you, Rashida. Don't need to worry about that. I'll leave that. So, and we've kind of talked about what our objectives are, the different types of things that colleges and private scholarships sources look at when they evaluate candidates for merit-based aid. What resources can help you find opportunities to receive merit-based aid, and in what way can you kind of empower yourself to earn more merit-based aid? So we're going to take a look at those three things. All right. So Nafisa, if you can read the slide for us, merit-based aid.
Merit-based aid Merit-based aid is given to students based on their achievements inside and outside of the classroom. That means you have control over how much merit-based aid you're offered by making good academic decisions and being an involved member of your community.
All right, very good. So that's merit-based aid, kind of like I told you guys a second ago. It's based on what you do. All right. All right. So what kind of things do you think colleges and corporations, organizations are looking for when deciding who to award a scholarship to? If I can have you guys come off of mute and share a couple of those things you guys think.
GPA.
Definitely GPA is one up.
GPA.
Good. What else outside of GPA? We know GPA is a major factor, right? Well, at least to some people.
Involvement.
Involvement, huge. That's also involvement. There's a lot of scholarships that are solely based on community service. I can think of 5 off the top of my head right now that are solely based on activity and community service. No GPA is actually looked at all. But so we have GPA, involvement, community involvement. What else? Anything else you guys can think of that they might consider?
Where you go to school to?
Yep. Okay, definitely. Where you go to school. Sometimes that matters, right? Sometimes they give scholarships based on inner cities. Sometimes they give scholarships to suburban or rural areas, right? So where you go to school, also something that can help determine where or how much money you get, or are you getting money at all. Very good.
Oh, and letters of recommendation.
Absolutely. Letters of recommendation, really important as well. I can't think, well, maybe there's some, but a majority of scholarships require letters of recommendation. They want to verify you are who you say you are, and they want to know what teachers and other adults have to say about you. So absolutely, letters of recommendation, really important. Right? There are a number of factors that they consider when looking at as students for scholarships. Again, we'll get into some of those things here in a second, right? So a number of factors. Thank you guys for sharing. So using the drawing tool, I want you guys to circle any of the things you think can get you a scholarship, that you can get a scholarship for, all right? Just circle the things you guys think you can get a scholarship for. And again, we're looking at some of these things: having a lot of friends, playing a sport, eating healthy, volunteering, having a part-time job, good grades, babysitting, joining a club, helping out at home, high test scores, artistic talent, traveling abroad. What are some of these things you guys think you can get a scholarship for? I want you guys to circle all the ones you think you can get a scholarship for. Okay. Thank you, Marcy. Yep. It's a good choice. Okay, as long as they're playing the sport.
I have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
Traveling abroad, does that mean for vacation or for studies?
So that's a good question. So it depends. So typically, in terms of scholarships, it's definitely for study or service. So it's either for service or study,
okay.
Not just for, hey, we went to go have fun, but I actually did something while I was abroad.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's go. Ron, good. Okay, nice. All right, you guys would be surprised at some of the things they give scholarships out for. All right. Very good job. So I definitely agree, right? So I definitely agree with some of you guys. You guys said having a part-time job, that is definitely something you get a scholarship for. A lot of companies like the idea of students working and want to award them for even having a job or having to have a job, right? Playing a sport, we all know that there's merit-based money based on how good you are at sports. We've seen it all the time, whether it be football, whether it be other things. Good grades, definitely. High test scores, of course, right? Artistic talent, we know that they give scholarships out for art students and all kinds of different things. Traveling abroad, depending on what you did while you were traveling abroad, absolutely. All right. Volunteering and joining a club. We know. Hey, what's up, buddy? And all of these things. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me get my son together. All right, thank you guys. But yeah, so a number of reasons you guys can earn scholarships. All right, so let's think and discuss. All right, so why do you think colleges care about what you do outside the classroom? All right, so why would a college care about what you do outside of the classroom? All right, give me 3 to 4 sentences. Why do you think a college would care about what you do outside of the classroom? Thank you, Umar. Good job so far. Thank you, Rashida. Let's take a look at what your thoughts are there. Rashida thinks because in the workplace you are out of school. So what you do is in your control good. In school, it's like you always being wise, so you always have to do what other people think is good. That's true. If you are engaged outside of school, it shows that you are self-motivated and willing to work hard by yourself. That's absolutely correct, right? Shows what you do when no one is watching, right? When no one cares. Umar says they care because it shows how you would behave outside of school. Very good. And I'll give you guys a couple more minutes to go ahead and to finish that up. I'll give Rashid, Nafisa, and Abdul Salam another minute. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Awesome. All right, so Abdul Salam said, they care about what you do outside of school because they want to see if you are involved. They don't want students that only study and brush past important aspects like community service. Yes, they want well-rounded students that are involved in other activities, again, that are not done in the classroom, which shows that you are motivated and driven to do other things. Absolutely. So the same sentiment from Abdul Salam. They want to see that you are motivated outside the classroom when not being watched, and that you're capable of doing other things, right? Because most things we do in this world are going to be done when no one's watching, and sometimes we have to go above and beyond. So college is when people who are going to go above and beyond the average, the normal. the mundane, the everyday, right? So Nafisa says, I think college cares about what you do outside the classroom to get to know you on a personal level. That's true as well. Oh, did you just delete that? Oh,
Because I wasn't done.
oh, gotcha. Okay. All right, no worries. I'll let you finish that up. And I'll just go to Rashid real quick while Nafisa finishes up. Rashid says they need to see your behavior outside the class, see you could be good inside class. Oh, and he's finishing up as well. I'll let him finish up. But thank you guys for sharing. Awesome, really great ideas, really great sentiments into why a college might care what you do outside of the classroom, right? I'm gonna give you a second to finish up. I'm gonna have to move on here in a second. All right, guys. We're gonna go ahead and move on. We'll have opportunity to write and share again here. So, what do the things a student does outside the class say about them? And some of you guys kind of touched about it. Again, give me 3 to 4 sentences. What do the things a student does outside the classroom say about that student? Or what are some of the things that it could say about you, right? Because there are a ton of things that what you do says about you, but what does it show about you? Some of you guys kind of hinted at some of those things. I kind of mentioned some of them a little bit. Give me a second. What does it say about you? What could it say? Again, what could it say about you? Thank you, Umar. Umar says it could show how involved you are in the community activities and how immersed you are in your studies. Absolutely. And sometimes, like kind of Umar hinted at there, is that what you do outside the classroom shows what you're really passionate about at times, right? So maybe you're studying political science, then outside the classroom, you're doing internships on Capitol Hill. You're working with your local your local representative to an initiative in the community, right? It shows, dang, this kid is really passionate about politics. Not only does he say he wanted to study it in the classroom, he's actually putting it to practice outside of the classroom. So this is a really great reason why we want him at our college or university, because we know he has a passion for what he wants to do. And colleges really want to know that you're passionate about what you want to do. They're more likely to let you in if they can demonstrate passion, right? Abdul Salam says it shows that they are not focused on studying alone. It also shows that they are involved with their school as well as their community. It also implies that you are a well-organized student that manages your time. Absolutely. Time management is another one of those great things that it can show. If you're involved in a bunch of things, it shows that you're able to really manage your time well, especially if you're able to keep your grades high as well. And Rashid says it shows how to act. And if you can be trusted, good, that's true. For example, if you're more social with school and not studying and taking time, you could fail school. But if you have a balance of both, you can be trusted. Absolutely. That's another thing it shows. And then I'll go to Rashida. It shows you what your personality is truly like. That's absolutely true, right? The things you're involved in can show a little bit more about your personality, right? Maybe I dance on the weekends. Maybe I do theater. Maybe it shows some of the things. Maybe I do comedy. Maybe I'm a comedian on the weekends, right? It shows, oh, this kid has a sense of humor. It can show a lot of different things. Your personality is very important when it comes to what you want to do. Absolutely. I agree with Rashida. Thank you for sharing. All right. And I'll give 30 more seconds if anybody else wants to share. All right, thank you. Let's go and move on. So, did you get it right? Colleges are looking to create diverse, supportive, and interactive communities of young people. Again, I'll repeat that. Colleges want a diverse, that's number one. So they want their campuses to be diverse. And we spoke a little bit about that earlier today. They want an exchange of ideas and cultures. So they want a lot of different people from different areas to share ideas. That's how new ideas are created, by learning what other people do and kind of melding and putting them together. So they want supportive students as well, right? They want people who are going to help each other out, right? Maybe I work with you on this project. Maybe you work with me on that project. And they want you to interact, of course, interactive communities of young people. That's how ideas are shared and built and grown. Companies are started, all kinds of different things. So remember that colleges want create diverse, supportive, and interactive communities of young people. They want to attract students who contribute to these communities. Therefore, they give scholarship money for students who display talents and strengths inside and outside the classroom. Remember that. They give money to people who display talents inside the classroom academically, you have a high GPA, and then outside the classroom as well. Maybe you started a fundraising club, a recycling club, or whatever the case may be. They want to see that you're doing things outside the classroom. So if you haven't started to do that yet, this is a great opportunity to kind of start today and think about things that you can do outside the classroom that make you stand out past other students. All right, so let's take a closer look. All right, let's have Abdul Salam. Can you read for us, please?
Now let's take a closer look at the areas that colleges will assess by examining some case studies. Divide into
I'm going to put you guys into two groups. So I'm not going to put you guys in 4 or 5 groups.
Okay, and divide into two groups and prepare to read the following slides together. Discuss the profiles of each student in detail, and based on what we've learned so far, decide which aspects are negative and which are positive.
All right, awesome. So I'm going to put you guys into groups now. I'm going to stop sharing for a second, and then I'm going to move on, and you'll see a series of slides. You'll be able to click from one slide to the next, and you'll decide which things are good and which things are bad. Give me 1 second to set the groups up. Go ahead and make your way to your breakout rooms, guys. And guys, you guys can make your way to your breakout rooms. Rashida.
Is that everyone? Did we lose Rashid? Okay, there they are. You're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, no, he's coming back. So yeah, so absolutely. So I agree with some of you guys. I like what you wrote, Abdul Salam. Abdul Salam said, I would prefer student one, because even though they have a lower GPA than student three or student two, they are involved in a lot of extracurricular activities. They're involved with their community, and they don't focus everything they have on just their education. Very good, thank you, sir. And let's read one more. Let's see what Rashid said. Rashid said, I think student one would be most likely to be the best because she is more flexible with doing things. Her grades are also not bad. On the other hand, student two seems to care more about school and being antisocial. You said more about school because they have a higher GPA, and antisocial because, well, they're not involved in a lot of stuff. But they're all on social media, just like the rest of you guys. Right?
Brother Hamza, so two things came up in our discussions, the issue of social media and working at a retail store. So the first one was concerned about, oh, they just work at a retail store, they only care about fashion. I was like, well, it's still meaningful work. The students still learn time management, for example, because you typically are on a schedule. So if you're able to maintain employment at a store, I would still, that's still a positive. So don't negate
Absolutely.
that. And also, especially for this group of students, because they're still pretty young, probably in their social media use, the fact that what you post on social media can come back to haunt you. I gave the example of students where they're expelled, I believe, from a university because they made racial slur or something like that on social media. So you want to keep those things in mind. You don't necessarily have to be friends with someone for them to see what you're doing. And I see Nafisa says she has to leave early.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum. But yeah, absolutely, right? So great points, right? Having a job is essentially the same thing as volunteerism, even though you're getting paid, right? It shows that you're responsible. It shows that you're involved in something outside of school. It also shows that you have some kind of like maybe additional real responsibilities in your life that you're in charge of or have to be responsible for. So it's a really good thing to have on your resume as well, a job. And definitely be careful. We have a student that lost a scholarship at my school because of something that they post on social media from the school. So our school gives a $20,000 scholarship every year to one student. And she was a finalist. And I'm not going to say what she posted online, but she posted something that was inappropriate online. And I voted for her anyway, just because I thought she was a better candidate. But the other people on the committee voted for the other student because of this incident. So definitely be careful of what you post online. You may think nobody's watching today, but remember, people 5 years from now will still be able to find those things that you posted online today. So be careful of everything you post online. All right, it doesn't disappear. All right, so definitely be careful. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move forward. Let me go ahead and get back to share my screen. Thank you guys for sharing. All right, so everybody knows which student will be more likely to receive a merit-based scholarship, and of course, we know it is student A is more likely to receive a merit-based scholarship because of all the things that they have done inside and again outside of the classroom. All right, thank you guys. All right, so now pretend, different one. Now pretend that a friend of yours just told you that he doesn't plan to join any clubs in high school because colleges only care about grades and test scores. What would you say to him in response? Give him the reason why. Give him the reason why. Is that good? Is that bad? Give him the reason why you think so. We just talked about what colleges are looking for, right? And we're going to get right into the platform We're gonna skip some slides here in a second and get right into the platform. Have you guys create your accounts. You guys, another minute to wrap up your answers. All right, some very good answers. Thank you, Mar. Mar says, I would encourage him to indulge in extracurricular activities outside of just school, because colleges do care about what they do in what you do on your free time. And Abdul Salam says, I would tell him that colleges still care about things other than grades and test scores. Colleges will look for good grades and test scores as well as extracurricular involvement. I would advise him to consider joining clubs and sports teams so that they can be a viable candidate when it comes down to this application. Absolutely. Great point. Great point. And let's see what Rashida said. Excuse me, what Rashida said. I would tell them that they don't only care about grades and test scores, that they also care about what you use your out of school time to do. They can see what you enjoy doing and also how engaged you want to make yourself. Absolutely. All great answers, guys. So we're going to skip forward a little bit. I'm going to move past this. I do want to get onto the platform and bam, here you go. All right. So we are going to go to www.raise.me. All right. And give me a second. I'm sorry. I thought I put the link in here. Yeah, here you go. All right, guys, go ahead and click on the screen. It'll take you directly to the Raise Me platform. When you get there, you'll put sign up for free and I am a student. Or you can put I am an educator and to get some additional information there. If you click I'm a student, it'll be really easy. I'm a high school student. And ask you for your email password, or you can sign in with Google. All right. And because I'm signed in through my school, it'll show me how much I have that's been totally earned at my school. In terms of the senior earnings, we don't have any juniors or sophomores or freshmen on the platform yet. The seniors, and then you can see top activities on Nearpod: soccer, choir, football, all the different activities that you can add. All right, but this is my view as an educator. As a student, it'll look totally different. And you'll be able to add activities that you're involved in. You should be able to click Get Started and add activities that you're involved in. I'm going to pause for a second here, make sure everybody's able to get on the platform. Was everybody able to click on the link and get on the platform? Are you guys still creating your site? I mean, your login info?
I got in. And it says I have 100.
You have $100 for creating an account. So now you're able to, you can go in and add, well, you're not in ninth grade, you're not in freshman yet, right?
What if
Me?
I'm in homeschool?
No,
Yeah, I'm sorry, one person at a time. Rashida, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Wait, were you talking to me?
Yeah, I was asking you, Rashida. You're what? You're in middle school still, or you're in high school?
I'm going to ninth grade.
Oh, you're going tonight. It's perfect. So you'll be able to use it this year. So any activity or anything that you participate in, anytime you get grades for a quarter, you're going to input this information on the platform. Go ahead and play around. I want you to go and play around with the platform, explore some of the schools, explore some of the different amounts of money that you can get for some of the different activities. All right, go ahead, Umar.
I'm homeschooled, so how does this work for me?
Same exact idea. And if you're homeschooled, you can still put in any activities that you do. If you do community service, you can put information in there. You still get grades because you have to submit grade. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but like it says, where do you go to high school? And I don't know what to put there.
It should have a homeschool option. Let me find it for you. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. I think I
You
got
see
it.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Umar's on there. Abdul Salam, were you able to get on?
So you're earning real money that you can put towards scholarships?
Correct. So what it does is, so basically, like I told you before, they've partnered with schools. So the schools that they've partnered with have agreed to give scholarships based on these criterias. Now, every school will award you a different amount. So for instance, let's say you got a 4.0 your first quarter GPA. University of Maryland might give you $100 for that. Towson University might give you $300 for that, right? Based on the school's agreement with the Raising Me platform. Does that make sense? Rashid.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Rashid and Abdul Salam, were you guys? Okay, good. Thank you, Abdul Salam. And then what about you, Rashid? Were you able to get in? Are you creating an account, Dr. Fazia?
I'm working on it now.
Okay, awesome.
Mine.
Sorry, yes, I am. I'm creating an account for the AFIA project because it allows you to enter that way.
Yeah, at the school, yeah, and you can always add students under the school.
Do you have an idea of what our access organization would be?
I don't.
Oh, never mind. It'll be the AFIA project. I entered that.
Yeah, I was about to say it should be the
It keeps
organization.
disappearing. I'm gonna just open my own. The information keeps disappearing because I used the link you gave me.
Oh, you use the Nearpod link and it
Yeah,
disappeared?
I don't know. It keeps disappearing. I'm just gonna open another one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Remember, guys, you guys can get money for even college tours if you go on a college visit. Putting in those college visits when you guys went to GW and you guys went to Towson, those are activities that you guys can put in to earn some money for as well. So at least all of you guys can put those tours in and get some of that money. I think that'll be like under college readiness or something like that. And then the volunteerism, if you guys have done community service, especially what we're doing now with the e-recycling project, that is another project that you guys can put under there to earn some money as well. So think about all the things you guys have did, no matter how big, how small. If you have any questions, feel free to unmute yourself and ask away.
I'm kind of stuck. Oh, go ahead, Rashida.
So do you have to fill it in, like once you do it, like when the school year starts, you have to fill it in yourself, or will it do it by itself?
So I could not hear what you just said. I'm sorry.
Will I have to, once the school year starts and like I start doing this stuff, do I have to like fill it in by myself, or will it do it by itself?
No, you have to fill it in. So yeah, it won't know what you're doing at all. So at the end of every quarter or at the end of every semester, I always, for my students, I tell them at the end of every semester, we go back in at the end of every semester in class and we just update it in class.
So how does it know that you actually did it?
So that's the thing. So at the end of the year, you're going to be required to submit documentation. So you're going to be required to submit your transcript so they can prove whatever grades you said you had. If you've done community service, you have to submit the community service forms from your school. You have to upload those. They're going to ask you for verification of some of these things. Some of them they won't ask for verification on, right? Like college tours. I don't think they ask for verification of the college tour. They may ask. I don't recall. I don't think they ask for verification of college tours. And there's a couple of things they don't ask verification on, but a majority of the things they will ask for verification. But that's the great question. Dr. Fazia, you had a question as well? I think you were about to ask something.
Yeah, it's not letting me move forward past the verification of the AFIA project. So I'm waiting for the email. It hasn't come yet.
Okay, I was gonna say you should get an email. Okay. I want to give it a second. And did you check your spam folder as well?
I just did nothing.
It might come. It might actually come tomorrow. I can't remember when I did mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is exciting. Let me just say.
No, it is. It's a cool
Nice.
platform that not a lot of people actually know about it, to be honest with you. I found out about it at the I went to a College Board forum and they were there at the College Board forum. But it's not, at least a lot of schools from my area weren't there. I think it was only 2 of us from DC that were even at the College Board forum at that point. So I've been trying to tell people about it. And especially in the 9th grade level, because you want to get started early with it. You don't want to wait till you're a junior to try to raise money, which you can, but for this platform, it's better when you start early on to raise to start.
So where do you know where the monies that they give out, where the money comes from?
The actual universities themselves.
Okay.
So the universities that they partner with they have a partnership with them that they will honor whatever the amount that you get is. That's what they're going to honor and grant money for you.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So again, like I was telling them earlier, some schools give out more than others for the same exact activity. So you may get $300 for a 4.0 from University of Maryland. You may get $100 from, some other school, Vassar College or something like that, right? So it just depends on the school and how much they give.
Okay, thank you.
There are a lot of videos that you can see, and I don't know if you remember earlier on in the presentation. At that point, they only had, when I first found out about this, they only had 100 schools under their belt. Now that they're like at around 301 schools. If you look at the website, I'm not sure what the student side looks like right now, but it should say like colleges or something on the screen somewhere. If you click on that, you'll be able to see all the schools and that they
Okay.
partner with. Like UDC is on there, Gallaudet, UMBC is a school they partnered with, St. John's. But there's a lot of schools in the area and out of the area as well.
So would students be able to select the AFIA project as an organization they're affiliated with?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so once it
Yeah.
goes through,
Yeah.
we'll be
So
able
they
to
can
see
select
that.
it, and you can also invite them directly. Also, either way.
Got it. Oh, I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, I'm coming, buddy. So I'll give you guys a second to kind of explore, start adding things. Students like I know Abdul Salam. I think are you going into your junior year, Abdul Salam, or you are going into your senior year? Going into your, so you're good then. So what I would do for you is I would, go backdate, since it's the end of your sophomore year right now. Everything you did sophomore year, I would go ahead and throw it on there now. And they're gonna ask you for verification shortly, and you'll be able to verify all that stuff. And then junior year and senior year, so you still have plenty of time to
So I have a question for him. Would he be able to log in maybe the hours that they spent doing financial literacy with you?
Absolutely.
So I can try to get you those hours after Salam, because we record how long each of the sessions are. Oh, that's excellent.
And you can see all the schools. If you click on there, you'll see all the different schools that are on there. There are plenty of great schools. Penn State, University of Penn, Temple. I mean, there's a plethora of schools on there. West Virginia. I mean, there's a plethora of schools. Big, small, and then you can search by location. Yeah, and you can kind of filter by what kind of schools you're looking for as well. So it's good.
Oh, I know why it's probably taking long, because they probably have to go and research the organization.
Yeah.
And see if it's
Verify
legitimate.
before they say
Yes. That makes sense. Okay. I don't think I can move any further from
for now. Yeah. Is everybody good on the platform? Is everybody kind of playing around with it, looking around, figuring out how to do things?
Wait, so we can add the AFIA project?
Say that one more time, Rashida.
We can add the AFIA project?
Yes, you can.
I'll type that in
you have
for
to,
you.
Yeah, you're gonna
Sorry.
you're gonna have to wait. No, you're good. until it's officially added, then you can add the AFIA project.
Yeah. So we won't show up just yet. They have to verify us first. And I'll let your parents know so that you all can do that.
Anybody else have any questions? Rashid, Umar, you guys good?
Yeah, good.
Okay, awesome.
All right.
And I'm gonna I'll go ahead and share this video on my side also. Have you guys watch this short video while you guys are playing around with it, or at least listen in. Hopefully you guys are able to hear it. I'm actually gonna go inside so you guys can hear it a little bit better. What's up, bud?
You have to unmute, Brother Hamza. We can't hear it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was on mute. Didn't realize it. Go back.
College. Oof. How much does it cost again per year? Times 4? But there are scholarships. But how much is out there? Is it all about my grades? What should I be involved in? Are they looking for someone like me? Am I looking for someone like them? Trust me, you're not the only one asking these questions. Every year, colleges set aside billions of dollars in scholarship money. But that's after you've made all of your choices. Whether or not to join that club, take that tough course, visit that campus. That's way too late. What if we could show you what you can do to earn and how much you can earn towards each school as early as 9th grade? And in the process, you become more confident getting to, paying for, and succeeding in college. Now, with Raise Me, you can truly see how much that activity is worth. That tough course pays off. That visit makes a difference. Raise Me takes that big lump sum awarded from the colleges too late and breaks it up into bite-sized scholarships called micro scholarships. You can think of each school's micro scholarship program as your roadmap, showing you what you need to do in order to be the best possible applicant for that school. And all along the way, you're getting high fives from the colleges saying you're doing great. You can earn micro scholarships for getting that C to a B, that B to an A, for extracurriculars, part-time jobs, community service, sports, art portfolios, and college visits. It all adds up. Now, before you even apply, you'll know at least how much you'll receive from each college if you're accepted. You may even receive more from the college based on your completed application. Congrats! There's not just one path for everyone. That's why we partnered with hundreds of colleges that you can earn from. Colleges care about more than just your grades and your test scores. We work with each of our colleges to create their own unique scholarship program, awarding for the things they want so you can find what you want. Find your clearer path to college with Raise Me. Sign up today.
So yeah, pretty straightforward, guys. In terms of how to use the platform and what it offers. Anybody have any questions? No, Islam. Yeah, absolutely. We should wrap up. So sorry about that. All right, guys. So yeah, real quickly, hope you guys got some great information out of today. I know we talked about a lot of different things in terms of vocational school, vocational training, what it is, what kind of jobs and careers are available for you in the field. We talked about some myths and misconceptions. You also got a chance to talk to some students at HBCU and an Ivy League or / PWI. You guys got some great information from them about their college experience and what to look for and what things you guys should be thinking about as you move on forward here. And then to kind of finish things off, we looked at this Raise Me platform and learning about micro scholarships and how to start earning money towards college today, right? And not waiting to your junior or senior year, but earning that money right now, all right? So Dr. Valente, if you want to add anything about the e-recycling program or anything like that. Friday.
Yeah, I was muted, sorry. Yeah, just a reminder, collect those electronics and note the time it takes for you to do that. If you have to work with anyone closely to help them wipe their data off, that counts towards community service as well. And now that you see what community service could get you, maybe that should hopefully be a motivation for you to get going on that. Every little bit counts. Also on Friday, inshallah, we're going hiking with Brother Hamza. I don't think we've exactly selected like the exact location. I just know we want to stick close and go to like Paint Branch Trail. So you all can ask your parents. They're free to join us. It's going to be, inshallah, we're going to carpool there. There are about 5 students. But you know, the more the merrier. They can bring your siblings, but just not siblings who are too young to do maybe like a 5K, right, Brother Hamza? So we don't want to overtask them. So start planning around that. We'll talk about safety issues, how to keep safe. So, you know, you don't twist your ankle, things like that. You definitely want to look for boots. If you have hiking boots, that's great. If you have like maybe really strong boots, so you don't twist your ankle, that's usually one of the most common injuries when you're hiking. Definitely want to have a water bottle for cold water. It's hot. It looks like we have an overcast on Friday. I'll check again, which should give us a little bit of relief from the heat, because I know how hot everyone was yesterday. But certainly you want to stay hydrated, so make sure you have water to drink. Just water is fine. You don't need anything with sugary stuff in it.
Right.
That's pretty much it. And we'll meet up tomorrow again, inshallah. Anything else to add, Brother Hamza?
Nope. If you guys have any questions at all, feel free to reach out to me. I'll put my my phone number in there. If you guys, anybody wants to text me about any questions that they have about it.
All right, perfect. Perfect. All right, thank you all so much, and thanks for bearing with us. We ended a little later today, but you guys got, you know, to end earlier Monday, so it kind of makes up for it. So inshallah, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Okay, sorry, 9 a.m. 9. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you.
All the time.
All right.